Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire Bloomberg team, bienvenidos a dos días, dia dos de CityLab. And if you stayed out late last night, don't worry, tenemos mucho café. Seriously, it's great to be here in Mexico City for our 11th Bloomberg CityLab Summit. And a big thank you to Mayor Brugada for hosting us and for all the good work that she has been doing. Her leadership approach, bold, creative, and focused on people, reflects what we tried to highlight at CityLab. And this city really is lucky to have her. And our team is looking forward to supporting her team's ambitious agenda. Since 2013, we've been holding this conference in cities around the world like Paris, Detroit, Washington, D.C., Amsterdam. And to everyone who was here back at our first conference in New York City 11 years ago, I know what you're thinking. He hasn't aged a day. Actually, I'm so old, I'm proud of aging a day. I hope to age a lot more days. Seriously, a lot has changed in the world since then, for better and for worse. But one thing that has not changed for the better is that more cities are being, has changed for the better, is that more cities are being more ambitious and they're growing more important on the world stage. When CityLab began back in 2013, just over 50% of the world's population lived in cities. Today, that number is closer to 60%, and by 2050, the United Nations predict it will be almost 70%. Over 90% of that growth will take place in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And the growth of cities is just one of the most important demographic shifts of our time, and Mexico City really is a great example of it. The metropolitan population here has more than doubled between the years 1960 and 1980, and has nearly doubled again since then. And Mexico City is also a great example of the spirit of urban innovation that lies at the heart of CityLab. And a lot of that credit goes to the former mayor and now the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum. I was lucky enough to meet with her since I've been in town, and if she's half as successful as being president as she was as being mayor, this will be great news for the people of Mexico and for its neighbors. This woman is phenomenally competent, poised, knowledgeable, experienced. It's everything you would want in a leader. And now all she's got to do is perform. But if you have all those other things, should be able to do it. And I have a great deal of confidence in her. Under her leadership, Mexico City has become one of the Western Hemisphere's digital capitals. And Bloomberg Philanthropies has been glad to support her. And we look forward to continuing to work with her and her team in the years ahead. The innovation that we've seen in Mexico City and across Latin America and the rest of the world has given us reason to be hopeful about the future, because for every news story about the dysfunction and extremism throughout national levels of government, there's another about local leaders who are putting partisanship aside and getting things done. And that's talking about you. These stories usually don't make big headlines, except at Bloomberg News, of course. But they really are important, because the more that national governments get bogged down in ideological fights, the more we need cities to focus on developing and implementing practical solutions to everyday problems. That need is what inspired the Mayor's Challenge competition at Bloomberg Philanthropy. The Mayor's Challenge encourages city leaders to challenge assumptions, take risks, and try new ideas. Now, we all know trying new things in government can be politically risky, but after we banned smoking in bars and restaurants, I can just tell you, I marched down the street in a parade, past a bar. Not everyone was happy. Some had some hand gestures that I was unfamiliar with at the time. But fast forward 2 months after the smoking ban went in, there was not a restaurateur or an employee of a restaurant in the entire city that wasn't thrilled with it and said we should have done it many years earlier. So it just goes to show, just because, it's true, you can't let the bastards get you down. That's the thing. You have views, you have objectives, and you got to go and execute. And if we sit there and find what's wrong or what might go wrong, we'll never get anything done. Mayors, we all know, really aren't elected to play it safe. Mayors are elected to do a job, to do big things and improve lives, and that's what our government innovation program is really all about. And that includes our Mayors Challenge competition, which gets mayors to innovate and think big. And as a result, some of those ideas have spread around the world. To our south, Bogota, Colombia, the city developed a new approach to supporting those who are caring for family members, both young and old, by providing mental health skills training, and other support to caregivers who are overwhelmingly women in poverty. The city has not only improved their well-being, they've also helped spark a global conversation about how important caregivers can lead to greater economic growth. So far, the program is being replicated in China, the Dominican Republic, and Sierra Leone. One other example, this time from Europe, Stockholm, Sweden, created a large-scale biochar facility that turns plant waste from parks and homes into carbon-captured charcoal, which residents are using in their yards as fertilizer. And it's just one of the many small ways that fighting climate change can add up to big benefits every day. And this idea has already been adopted in Helsinki, Finland, and in the United States, Lincoln, Nebraska, and Cincinnati, Ohio, among other places. So today I'm glad to announce that our next Mayor's Challenge will be our biggest one yet, and it will be a little different than the others. We are asking mayors to focus their innovation efforts on core essential municipal services like trash pickup, affordable housing, public safety, transportation, civic spaces, and more. These are the core services that people rely on every single day, and that help ensure the well-being of the world. When they are delivered successfully, they open doors and improve quality of life. When they aren't, well, the effects can be very harmful and often fall hardest on those who are most in need of help. This Mayor's Challenge will encourage cities to push for more ambitious ideas that can lead to major improvements in these services, and we know that it can be done. Let me tell you a quick story. A big part of the reason I ran for mayor of New York was to fix the city's broken public school system. Graduation rates there had hovered around 50% for 2 decades, and the failing schools were overwhelmingly attended by low-income families. After 12 years in office, thanks to a lot of big and difficult changes that shook up the status quo, we raised graduation rates to an all-time high of 66%. We closed the racial and ethnic achievement gaps by a quarter, and we created high-quality new schools in low-income neighborhoods, some of which became among the best schools in the whole state. Now, education is just one of the many core services that residents rely on, and for this challenge, we want mayors to focus on similar areas that are most fundamental to their residents' everyday needs. We're seeking applications for the Mayor's Challenge from all corners of the world that are creative, bold, collaborative, and data-driven. And our team is looking forward to seeing what mayors here have to offer. December 20th is our deadline, so now it's the time to engage residents, entrepreneurs, or other community leaders who can help you think big in developing your applications. 50 finalists will receive technical assistance for testing and refining their ideas, and then 25 winners will each get $1 million to help them implement their ideas, and they will also receive 2 dedicated staff members and world-class technical assistants to support that work. If you'd like to learn more, we have staff immediately outside the plenary who can provide further information about how to sign up and whether your city is among the 50 finalists or the winning 25 or not. Remember that our team at Bloomberg Philanthropies is always here to support your work however we can this week and all year round. So thanks for coming, and I hope everyone gets a lot out of this summit and enjoys their time in Mexico City. Just not too much. Remember, people are watching you and they'll get your names. Or if you are going to screw around, take your tag off before you do it, please. For God's sakes, thank you for coming.
All right. We just heard big news from Mike, this fantastic Mayor's Challenge. I hope everybody participates. And we have here 3 previous winners that will explain us what is all this about and give us a secret trick to try to win it. Let's start with Ronnie. Tell me, Ronnie, what was the specific policy that you addressed and what are the things that you learned during this program?
Well, first, I would like to greet everyone good morning and thank CityLab for having me here. I'm from Butuan City, a population of around 350,000, with 35% of which are agricultural farmers. So with this, we have a problem on food security and self-sufficiency, especially on addressing what you call the poverty incidence of that city of around 30% high. So we came up with a program, we call it AgriBoost, during that time to address these problems. We came up with a solution, 4 solutions. One is AgriBloom, wherein we empower farmers to access farm technology and farm management, resulting to high yield. Next is AgriHub, which again for high yield production and value adding. AgriMart for direct access to market through predictive data applications. Farmers can now directly access the market, eliminating the middlemen, increasing their profit. The last one is communication. We need to communicate more to the community so that people and farmers will directly involved to this program. Well, the impacts and the insights, the project shows substantial increase in the net profit margins of farmers and the reduction of poverty incidence to around 8 to 10% lower. So the city government decided now to invest more and upscale this program to industrial scale to improve the economy of the city.
So concrete impact and the communication is key.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mayor Sayegh, in your case, how was your engagement with the Mayor's Challenge and what were the policies that you implemented?
Gracias, Juan Pablo. Necesito practicar y aprender más español. Muy bien, buenos días, damas y caballeros. In Paterson, me gusta Ciudad de México. In Paterson, in the past, we never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. But thanks to Bloomberg Philanthropies, we're a city that seizes opportunities. We were once a city of stagnation. Now we're a city of synergy and a city of solutions. And I'm profoundly grateful to Mayor Mike Bloomberg, who we affectionately refer to as Uncle Mike in the city of Paterson. And our cousin Jim Anderson has played a role as well. So let's talk about our project. Well, drug dealers are very good at customer service. Oh. And in Paterson, with my Chief Innovation Officer, Ed Bosey, and my Business Administrator, Kathleen Long, we said, what if we, as a city, were better at customer service? Because whatever anyone's addicted to, if they're struggling with opioid use disorder, that's a fake fix, the fentanyl, the heroin. And whenever we have to resuscitate somebody who's overdosed, that's a quick fix, the Narcan. But the real fix is medication-assisted treatment that is proven to help heal the brain and to wean individuals off of whatever they're addicted to. So we created a hotline, 833-REAL-FIX, that anyone that's struggling with opioid use disorder could call. So we piloted the program with 5 individuals that wanted to participate, and we promised them that within 90 minutes, we would deliver the Suboxone, that medication-assisted treatment. So when they call the 833-REAL-FIX, they get connected to a doctor who prescribes that medication-assisted treatment. And then when we piloted it, we didn't get it to them in 90 minutes. We got it to them in 76 minutes. So we underpromised and overproduced. But it doesn't end there, because we want to put these individuals on a path to permanent sobriety. So then we connect them to a counselor. I can say that a year into the Real Fix program, we have gotten 450 people to treatment. And JP, our goal is to get 500 people to treatment by the end of this year.
End of this year. Mayor Norton, in case of Rochester, it's a relatively small city, about 100,000 people. How you managed to win the challenge? Explain us for the smaller cities in this audience.
Well, we're a town of, now we're nearing 125,000, so we are a growing city, and that's a bit of a challenge. But we were dedicated to the issue that we chose, which was helping people who were most negatively affected and impacted by the pandemic, to pair them with an opportunity in a community like ours that was growing, and do it in a way that met the needs of the people we were targeting, which in our case was those most negatively impacted were women in underrepresented communities, our BIPOC population. And so we brought them to the table. So a couple things were key. One was our co-design process, which really said, what do you need? What are the needs of the people in your communities? And so we brought people to the table in a community co-design methodology that we've invented, if you will, in our community. And we brought them to the table to work with architects and construction engineers. Because there's a growing community, we need people to build that community. So we paired them for a year of discussion with another key factor was a very talented group of people on our team. And that was internal and external. So finding those key people in the city that are dedicated to your social equity cause, my social equity cause, our social equity cause, I should say that, but also external groups, so our NGOs and people that work in the workforce industry were at the table for the full year. And it was seeped in data about our community, data about who was missing opportunity. And we moved from there into our meetings. And so another key point was taking advantage of the staff that Bloomberg provided. I heard Mike Bloomberg talk about those key people that will be helping you and guiding you. Take advantage of that. And lastly, I stayed involved. I attended almost every meeting for over a year as we did this. That was maybe overkill, but I wanted those dedicated community members to know I cared about them and I wanted this to work. And I wanted our staff to know I was there for them and I backed them all the way.
So talent, data, and getting involved personally.
Absolutely.
Those are the keys. So we heard from Mike, this year's Mayor's Challenge has a change. We want to focus on core services. That's the most important thing. We want to be impactful with our policies. I want to ask you, the three of you, what are the services that you think are key for the next Mayor's Challenge? Where should the mayors here focus to participate in this event? Go, Ronnie.
Okay, after 8 years, the city managed to improve our economy from a low 2.4% to as high as 8% today, surpassing our national average of around 5.5%. So with this liquidity now, we are programming much for social services, especially for education and health. So also for environment, we're doing green sustainable projects. And of course, with a newly updated plan of the city, infrastructure reforms, and especially on utilities, we're improving water and power. Again, backed up by strong political will. So what would be the next big thing for the city? Well, from the lowest economy, Butuan will be the best performing economy 10 to 15 years from now. So we believe that better economy means better service. Thank you.
Okay, economy. Andre?
Homelessness. It's something that almost every major city in the world is trying to address. As a matter of fact, one thing I didn't point out with Real Fix, about 30% of those who participated, we've been able to secure housing for them through the Real Fix program. And there's one example I'd like to give. There's a gentleman, Jose Ortiz, who participated in our program. He was on the streets for 10 years. He had diabetes, HIV, and as a result of not having identification or not knowing where to go, he had both of his legs amputated. But then he found out about Real Fix, and he's not only in recovery, but now we're able to get him an apartment. So we need more Jose Ortiz types of stories as far as homelessness is concerned.
So I would say a couple things quick. I want to mention that the work that we've been doing is focused on women. And that's something you've heard through this whole time that we've been here together, is how important that is. And so I believe entrepreneurship, that's what we're hearing from our population. So and I don't know if that has typically been thought of as a core function, but I would say transportation. We're working on microtransit ideas to try to meet the needs of people who need to get to work. And also thermal energy networks. So we provide utilities for our community, and we want to expand into geothermal. We've started the process already, but to hook it into the public sector. So those are a couple issues that, for my community, seem key, and I agree with the other two. There's plenty for us to be working on, and all these cities have those.
All right, thank you for these ideas, and these are really great for you to take into account. Important, at the end of the plenary at 11, there will be representatives of the Mayor's Challenge outside and on the lobby. Please reach out to them. We want as many pitches as possible, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, someone left.
Can I go? Good morning, everyone. I'm Ben Rogers, Distinguished Policy Fellow at LSE, here to talk about innovation capacity in Europe's cities. I'm delighted to start with an exclusive preview of some research that we've been undertaking in collaboration with Eurocities and Bloomberg Philanthropies, looking at how Europe's cities or city governments are building their innovation capacity, what's working, what they're finding hard, what extra help they need. And we're very much focused on this idea of innovation capacity. We weren't asking cities about what new stuff they're doing. They all love talking about that. We were asking them about how they actually build up those innovation muscles, those innovation capabilities and skills, which you need as a sort of bedrock to do all sorts of innovation. Now, Europe's cities have a very distinct sort of profile. Europe is a continent of small and mid-sized cities with governments that go back often hundreds of years. Both Gdańsk and Bologna have city halls going back to the 1300s, and European cities are also exceptionally well networked across international borders, helped by this sort of EU framework. Nevertheless, many of the challenges that mayors and city governments struggle with in Europe are the same as those faced by mayors everywhere: limited funds, limited powers, huge challenges, climate change, affordable housing, often interacting in unpredictable ways, bureaucracies that find it hard sometimes to do new things, but also a real desire amongst civil servants, amongst public servants, to do things differently. So that is the background of our research. We surveyed 65 innovation officers across Europe. You can see the cities that took part in the survey, and 92 mayors also responded to a survey. We also did a series of interviews and case studies. And actually, overall, the findings, I think, are really positive. This is a really live agenda. European cities, for the most part, get the value of investing in innovation, A third now have innovation teams. A half have innovation strategies. You can see the ones in green have innovation strategies, including Bologna and Gdańsk, I'm pleased to say. Mayoral leadership is often really strong on this, and we actually heard from the officers that when we asked them about what's enabling innovation capacity in their cities, they talked about the role of mayors, and actually it's often mayors who are leading the charge over and above the senior civil servants. So that is all very positive. Europe's cities are good on partnership. They find it quite easy to develop partnerships with business sector, with their universities, with the civic sector. Universities actually emerged from our survey as being really, really important players in supporting the innovation capacity of Europe's cities. And they're pretty good on analytic capabilities. Most cities are sort of getting a handle on their data. They're getting a handle on service design. So strengths there. Where they're sort of struggling, I think, is in what we call the core innovation, organizational innovation capabilities. The officers we spoke to talk about the fact that they don't have sort of sustained funding for innovation. It comes and goes. It often comes from particular funds that sort of disappear quite quickly. They struggle to recruit people and retain people with innovation skills. Hiring policy often makes it hard to recruit people with the right skills. So that is definitely an area for struggle. They're good some methods, but they need more support in others. They talked about wanting more support on mission-driven governance, behavioral economics, and foresight. And the mention of missions brings me to my last point, which is really about the sort of scale of ambition when it comes to building innovation capacity. I think it's true to say that most of the cities that we surveyed are directing their innovation efforts at relatively low-hanging fruit, so it's all about digitalizing processes and services, trying out new technology. They're not looking perhaps at the sort of more challenging, high-potential innovations around new sources of funding and finance, procurement, new models of prosperity and well-being. And I think one of the sort of challenges is, can we scale up the ambition of what we mean by innovation in Europe so we could go beyond, as I say, digitalization of services or engaging citizens in new ways into something a bit more radical. So with that said, I'm going to turn to our three participants. First of all, I'm going to start with Aleksandra Dulkiewicz, who is the mayor of Gdańsk. A really city with a really sort of proud record of recent European history, the home of solidarity, played a crucial role in the fall of communism, and Mayor Dulkiewicz in particular is a sort of really vocal supporter of European solidarity, of citizen rights, support for Ukraine. What does innovation look like in your city, and how are you going about building up your innovation capacity?
Well, thank you very much for the possibility of being here. Good morning, everyone. In my opinion, innovations, strategies, those are only tools. Those are, of course, extremely needed. But as we talk here today, yesterday, and on Monday with my fellow colleague mayors, we really need to take care of real relation with the people. This is actually what builds not only capacity of development, but also in those unsafe times, it builds real relations that we really can see next door someone who can help us if something is going on. We could see it all over the world, definitely during COVID times. So this is what we are really trying to do. Maybe it's not great innovation, but we are traveling all over the city with round table, having meetings with people, sitting next to each other. So in this sense, it really, we really need it as a team of mayor team to get out of the office, take the round table, sit next to the people, listen to them. Sometimes it's not really pleasant. I think that everyone can notice it. So in my opinion, and then building trust. If people are telling you that something needs to be done, you really need to explain why it can't be done, or try to make it into the life. So this is something what we are really trying to do in such a big city, because we are more than 500,000. But it's not easy way, and it will not bring the results immediately. But this is something where I deeply believe straightening human relations is something that really could help us to survive and to innovate.
And do your officers find it easy to do this, or have you had to push them, persuade them to get out, leave their desks and get out and meet the
It's
public?
never easy, you know. Everyone would like to sit next to the desk, and it's sometimes really easier. But step by step, we can see that it brings result. One of this result is that level of trust in our city is bigger on average than in other cities in Poland. So it shows that this way brings results.
Brilliant. And Mayor Lepore, your city has a sort of long history of pretty radical urban sort of civic innovation, and you've now set up an urban civic foundation to lead on new innovation. Do you want to just tell us a bit about that, why you set up the foundation and how it works?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here to share our experience. We started many years ago, as you mentioned, about the lack of trust between the institution and the community. In every city is a problem. And we introduced in 2014 a new regulation about common goods and take care of common goods together. We invented the pacts about common goods. And after years of this experience, we have thousands of people involved in common goods and take care from a bench in a public garden, to some immaterial common goods like culture or literature, for example. Many, many people involved. And in 2018, we felt that we need some tools to support people with data, with technologies, with public spaces. And we introduced the Civic Imagination Office in a foundation owned by the municipality and university to share competencies, to share the knowledge, but in particular to change the municipality inside, because we discovered that to be open, to create participation was really important to change the mentality of the public officials, of the political leadership of the city, and create the environment, the good environment for people, because it's not easy to open the democracy. It's not easy to change the process of our municipality. And I think this Civic Imagination Office helped me to be a good leader and helped all my team to be in the district among the community, helping the community to be in the agenda. And I suggest this kind of method and approach in every situation, to be with the people and engage the people with tools, data, and trust with them. Because if we need trust from the people, I think we need to trust the people.
And one of the things we heard from your team was that having an independent foundation also enabled you to recruit from a sort of different sort of skill set. You know, people who maybe wouldn't want to come and work for the municipality, but were happy to work for a foundation, and that's really been extraordinarily helpful.
That's a key point, because especially in Italy, but I think in every country, it's difficult to hire people in the public administration and to have innovation inside the public administration. So the foundation is aside. We have the competence from the university, but also from the communities, and from different gender, from the young people. We introduced, for example, the participatory budgeting, and we decide to give the opportunity to vote in the participatory budget to the students of the university. In Bologna, we have 400,000 residents, but we have also 100,000 students in the city. And their participation in the city is so important. They don't vote in public election, in the municipality election, but they can vote in participatory budgeting. And we create also an assembly, a citizen assembly dedicated to climate change. We declare the emergency for the climate change. And we have been with Barcelona, the first city in Europe, to create an assembly to have the participation of citizens. And we ask them consultancy and recommendation, because if we want to promote a just transition I think we need participation. We can't do that without the people and supporting their rights.
Brilliant. Ravi, just reflecting on this a bit, I mean, what are the sort of the skills that you really think European cities should be, or cities everywhere should be building up in terms of their innovation capacity?
So I think there are three main capabilities that I would focus on. I mean, the first starts from the fact that if you go to every city, there are teachers, police officers, social workers who are improvising. They're finding really ingenious workarounds. And we need to be much better at scouring for those positive deviants. Why is it that one school or one teacher is massively outperforming others with similar caseloads? And I think we can do that now in a much more data-driven way. So the first thing is scouring for those positive deviants. The second is actually driving those to scale. We often can assume that the job of scaling is easy. You just put out the evidence and people will adopt it. I think we now know it's difficult. And actually putting effort into diffusion and adoption, running experiments in how do you shift the behavior of those teachers to try and adopt new pedagogical processes. So adoption, I think, is the second area to build. The third is really pushing the frontier of innovation. I think we all want, as you said, more radical innovations, more life-changing services. And that requires the kind of capability that tech firms have in abundance, the ability to constantly experiment, constantly A/B test, tweak, and iterate. And I think all cities can build up that muscle. At the Behavioural Insights team, we've run about 800 trials, and we work often with cities and others in trying to build that capacity in-house.
Brilliant. I mean, there was one innovation you'd really like your city to sort of get better at. What would it be? Or if there's one sort of goal that you'd really like to sort of see it going for in terms of building up its innovation capacity and...
As I said, we can all share the ideas here, and we really can do similar things. But what I really would like to say that is really, really important, that don't hesitate to even make mistakes. Try new things. You need to practice. You need to see what is working, what is not working. So this is something to be open for new ideas and really checking if it is working in my community. So this would be the innovation and piece of advice I would give to myself and to all of you.
But how do you do that as a mayor? How do you civil servants are naturally cautious. It's sometimes said it's more important in government not to fail than to succeed, and that, and for good reason, because the stakes are high. If city government fails,
you need to make them feel secure and take responsibility. So I'm a leader, so I'm taking the responsibility for all good and for all mistakes. So we need to really give them support that, okay, we're trying, we are checking if it works or not. But anyway, I always take the responsibility. And now I can see that it is working. For how long, we'll see.
And Matteo, what is the sort of the big agenda for you? What is the innovation that you'd really like to see yourselves pushing at? I mean, new models of funding.
I think in these difficult times, it's important that we are aware that cities are a platform, and we need to be the leader that permitted the city to be to the people to be in the city, and to mobilize their energies, because city is a matter of power. And if we want to help people, we have to redistribute this kind of power. And we have a lot of platforms in our life, digital platform, labor platform, and chain. But cities are the opportunity to support people with a new idea of reality and ideality. And I think the needs of people in the city are clear, but we can search together the solution. So I think innovation is important on that topic. And for us, for example, the civic imagination is a point of view, not only a process. No, we choose to have a point of view in the process of innovation.
I love the term civic imagination. An Office of Civic Imagination is just fantastic. Ravi, as Chief Executive of Nesta, you also run the Behavioural Insights team. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
And our survey showed that actually European cities really aren't using behavioural insights at all. And how could they use, and what are the insights that they could really harness, do you think?
So I think the first thing is that when you think about most challenges, whether it's health, education, crime, economic development, it's all about decisions and behaviours and habits. So almost everything is quite behavioural. And when we talk to cities, we always say, try and think about your solutions in a behaviorally informed way and design it from that user's perspective. And even this process of scaling, as I said, is about changing whole cohorts of professionals, which is in itself a behavioral challenge.
Brilliant. I think we've come to the end of our session, so it just remains for me to thank Bloomberg Philanthropies for giving us this platform. As I say, we'll be publishing our research in November, and do look out for it. But many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Próxima estación, Zócalo.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I didn't expect so many responses. Energetic crowd here. I'm really looking forward to this conversation because these two mayors represent two prongs of a global migration crisis that we are all confronting. On the one hand, we have Denver, which has seen an influx of migrants from the southern border in the past few years, like a number of U.S. cities. And on the other hand, we have Guatemala City, which has a complex migration story, part of which is concerns of people leaving. And these two mayors have things in common as well, so I'm really looking forward to having you in conversation. I want to start with you, Mayor Quiñones. Tell us about what your migration challenge is.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for being here. First, I'd like to bring a conversation that I had yesterday with one of the mayors from California. He was mentioning to me that if migration is a phenomenon or not, I would say that migration indeed is a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon that has shaped cities, has shaped continents, has shaped history. And having said that, I would like to go directly to what you're saying, because in Guatemala, and for you to locate Guatemala City, we're down south where we are now, Mexico City. We borderline with Mexico and Central America. We are the funnel, the neck of the funnel from all the immigration that goes from South America and other parts of the world through Guatemala to Mexico. So this is important to say because we are not just recipients or emissors of migration. We have to deal with it, and on top of that, we have to deal with a large amount of internal migration. So this is a complex area to develop. So having said that, I like to mention that more than the challenges, because this has to be managed, we are developing a strategy based on the location of our city, because our city has the 0 kilometer for all our infrastructure road network, so we have the connection directly to the Atlantic, the Pacific, Central America, and Mexico. So we're developing this strategy based on that, and it's an interconnected municipality network with other measures along these corridors in order to bring economic opportunities.
So before we get to some of the solutions, just to recap the problem a bit, so in addition to folks coming through Guatemala City who are migrating from other places, you're also saying that you have urbanization happening in the country, yes, so a lot of folks within the country are moving to Guatemala City, is that right?
Sure.
And then the third bit of people coming to the US as well, okay. Mayor Johnson, tell us about your migration challenge.
Yeah, so the context, you're probably thinking, gosh, why is Denver talking about immigration? Well, Denver has been the largest recipient city per capita of any city in America for migrants over the last year and a half. We've had more than 43,000 newcomers who have arrived in Denver just in the last 18 months. And you wonder why that is. It is because folks arrive at the southern border, and then the governor of Texas decides where to send them. And it turns out Denver is the cheapest bus ticket from El Paso. It is $80 $95 from El Paso to Denver. It's $300 to New York or San Francisco or Chicago. And so that is why that structure. Let me tell you the stories about the folks who are arriving. Almost more than 95% of our newcomers are all from Venezuela. These are families who are leaving a country with 34,000% inflation, with extrajudicial killings. Families like the one, I talked to a family who came with a partner family, father, wife, 8-year-old dog, crossing the Darien Gap, which of course is incredibly dangerous, and the dog stumbles on the climb and goes to fall over the edge. 8-year-old daughter, as one do, chases the dog, grabs the dog, falls over the edge. Mother chases her daughter, grabs the daughter, and mother falls over the edge. And in 8 seconds, a father has lost his wife and his daughter, goes to bed, gets up the next morning, and keeps walking to the United States. If there is any example of someone who deeply wants to start a life again, that is their story. So these folks arrive to us after walking 3,000 miles, and they'll say to me, Alcalde, no quiero nada, solo quiero un trabajo. Like, Mayor, I don't want anything. All I need is a job. And at the same time, I'll have CEOs who call me and say, Mike, I have 100 open jobs. Why can I not hire the folks that have arrived? And so the crisis we face is folks who have arrived in our city who deeply want to work, and employers who want to hire them, and a federal government standing in the way of their ability to do that. And I'll just end by saying the challenge there is when they arrive in Denver, I will sit and look at their immigration papers, and given the backlog at the border, right now they will arrive in Denver with an asylum court date in the year 2031. And until then, they cannot work. And so the crisis we had to solve was how do we create a path to work for folks who desperately want to work, for employers who desperately want to hire them, in a city who wants to make sure they can find the American dream, and that was the challenge we've been facing.
I would like to add something else to what Mayor Johnston is saying, because we do get a large inflow of Venezuelans in our country and through Guatemala. Just last week, talking to one of the families, they were, I was surprised by what they said. They said that now they're getting into airplanes to Nicaragua, and they land in Nicaragua, a large amount of migrants, and they go through Nicaragua to Guatemala and then to Mexico. So this seems to be like an action plan well developed in order to get them down here, because if they're putting airplanes, it's another part of the story. But having said this, in terms of what are the causes or the effects of migration, I would like to focus basically in 2 drivers that we have identified. And the 2 drivers that we have identified are, first, the pull and push factors. And that is basically job creation and jobs in general. And the second has to do with demographic growth. And that is what we see and what we're using as the 2 main tools to develop our strategy. And our strategy is based on the fact that we are seeing on the next upcoming years something which is really impacting for my country. And I can somehow relate it to the pandemic. On the pandemic on 2020, I was given a statistic fact sheet by the government saying that in Guatemala City we were having around 30,000 mortality rate by September. That was June the 1st. So we did not have a chance to do much, but use our collaboration with other majors. I spoke with a major in Ecuador. He gave me the facts that what they were doing, there was no vaccine. It was basically medicine. So we applied that medicine, and we allow not to have that amount of mortality rate. At the end of the pandemic, we ended up with less than 3,000 in the mortality rate. I say this because I'm part of the Bloomberg Data City Alliance, and data is very important in this aspect. So like back on those days, we need to use data. And as I was given by the Ministry of Health that information on the pandemic, I was given an information based on data that we are going to experience a demographic dividend on the next 25 years. Guatemala is one of the 18 countries around the world that is going to enjoy a demographic dividend. There are only 4 in our continent, the rest is in other parts of the world. So this demographic dividend is where or when the population in ages to work, the working population, is the white majority. By the year 2050, we're going to have 77% of our population in years of seeking a job. But this needs to be seen as an opportunity to develop our economic growth in our country. So we're focusing on that in our action plan, and that's what we're doing, instead of lamenting.
Thank you. So you're both very focused on finding jobs for your requisite populations. Mayor Johnson, back to you. Tell me a bit about your strategy, particularly related to the jobs conundrum that you described.
Yeah, let me give you a little bit of hope on this issue, because this is right now the single most divisive issue in our country, and I actually think it is quite an opportunity and not a crisis. So when I say here's what the politics of this looks like on the ground when you're running a city is Republican CEO, large Trump donor calls me and says, Mike, you know what? Those folks should have to work. And then progressive advocate leader calls me and says, you know what, Mike? Those folks should be able to work. I was like, you're right. It turns out we all agree. So how do we deliver a system that does that? How do we take this and solve the opportunity, which is we need a supply of workers for very hard to fill jobs around the city? So what we did was we discovered that you could, rather than waiting 7 years for that asylum case, we could actually proactively apply for asylum for each newcomer. And if you proactively apply, they can get work authorization within 180 days. So we enlisted a massive army of about 200 pro bono lawyers across the city. We did asylum applications for every one of those applicants. Then we said, if we have a 180-day wait, let's use that as an opportunity to actually build a workforce training program to get you prepared for the jobs that we have available. So we looked at what are the highest demand jobs in the city. We had different verticals from healthcare to construction to early childhood. We got folks trained with English language skills. We got them digital literacy skills. We got them certificates for the jobs they might want to enter, on-the-spot job experience. And now when their 180 days come up, we have 2-to-1 number of employers signed up to hire folks when they graduate from the program than we have immigrants in the pipeline ready to get hired. And so what this reveals to us, and in the process, we went from having the largest migrant encampments in city history with 200 plus people living on the streets to a place where we have no migrants living on the streets. We have folks in housing. We have folks in workforce training prepared to enter the workforce, and our city will be better as a result. There is an opportunity to turn this crisis into a benefit if we actually just focus on the problem in front of us, which is letting folks who want to work find a path to work.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that for a moment, I know that you developed a blueprint for other cities that gets into some of this. And I know one of the greatest challenges are initially for you and a lot of other cities, as you alluded to before, is that period before they're able to work and how you get them on the path as quickly as possible. Can you just articulate kind of how you solve that challenge?
Yeah, so we figured we learned a lot from our own mistakes. We should help other people not make the same mistakes twice. And so we built a playbook for other cities that are facing similar challenges if there's a way to help. And for people that know these details well, there have been different phases of this wave. There have been folks that came early on, thanks to Secretary Mayorkas. There was temporary protective status for Venezuelans. They could then get access to work within 30 days. That was incredibly helpful. We could do short-term stays, immediate work authorization, get them into work. When that ran out and we only had asylum seekers who arrived that had the toughest path, that was when we had to stand up this asylum seeker program, which is the 6-month course. So we've tried to build a different response to each different stage of need, which we think now positions us to be ready for whatever the federal policy is. We realized there was not federal policy coming to save us just yet, so we should have a plan for either scenario, because to Mayor Bloomberg's point, that's sort of what mayors have to do.
Indeed, indeed. Mayor Quiñones, just to follow up on where we left it, that you are interested in creating jobs. You've used urban development as a way to try to create jobs and keep people both in your city and in other cities. Can you explain that a bit?
Sure. We're undergoing an action plan for deconcentrating everything is happening in Guatemala City. And it's a 3-level action plan to deconcentrate the city, first to the south and north of the city of Guatemala, then to the metropolitan area, and then to the corridors that goes to the oceans and to the borderlines. And we have developed this strategy along with another measures. In fact, we have installed a consortium of mayors in the metropolitan area in order to develop districts of opportunity in terms of be prepared to host this geographic dividend that is coming on the next 25 years. The goal is to create jobs, to develop secondary cities, secondary city centers along these corridors to the ports and to the borderlines in order to host all of this urbanization of our country. We're clear that the world is urbanizing, and our country is probably one of the less urbanized in the hemisphere. So we need to get additional options that are attractive for the rural area when they decide to get urbanized. So we're undergoing this ambitious action plan. The good news is that is in action. And yesterday we had a good news. The government is somehow supporting what we're doing. Congress passed the third approval of this law that has to do with infrastructure that goes directly to these corridors in order to help secondary cities to be developed in these corridors, so we're able to bring and create more jobs and have this economic, this growth, population dividend used for the next years, and take this action seen as a solution, not as a problem.
Yeah, so to develop some of the other urban areas in Guatemala, you've worked with other mayors, correct,
Sure.
as well as the U.S. government. Can you speak to how you've had to build these coalitions in order to do things outside your city, really?
Sure. There's a different level of participation. And I think that it's important to outline that Guatemala is part of the Central American Partnership. This is a program supported by the Vice President of the United States and has the goal to create jobs in the Central American area. So the United States Embassy down in Guatemala, it's a great supporter of this development of this district of opportunity. And we hired McKinsey & Company right after the pandemic. McKinsey & Company developed a kind of a Marshall Plan for the economic recovery of the city. Based on that data and based on that result, we are taking actions in order to develop these economic developing areas. And of course, one of the most important opportunities that my country has is the nearshoring. With all the side effects of the pandemic, the nearshoring is looking for areas such as Mexico, Guatemala, Central America, and the Caribbean to establish their operations. So all of this strategy is based on the fact that there's a partnership with the United States government, there's a partnership with the private sector, and there's a partnership with other mayors, and we all together working toward creating more jobs.
Thank you.
And I would say that creating jobs is like the vaccine on the pandemic.
Mayor Johnson, one moment. Do you want to speak to your collaboration with mayors as well as we wrap right now?
Yeah, I just think I'm very optimistic there is actually a solution to this at the federal level, and one that mayors can lead. I think we know you provide more administrative capacity at the border to be able to get asylum claims done faster. You get people in with work authorization. Then mayors could collaborate to create a coordinated entry system for cities that had capacity to bring people in with work authorization. You don't let the governor of New York decide where to send every Ukrainian refugee because they land at JFK. You actually have a coordinated plan for cities that have capacity and they can arrive there, and I think cities could lead on that. I think the last thing I'll end with is, like, it is easy in this moment to lose track of the humanity of this conversation, and I just want to attest to you from a city on the front lines, like, people are fundamentally deeply good in these moments. They deeply want to help. When you see how our city has responded, we have Denver Broncos who brought families to live inside their homes. We have families who've showed up with massive food drives and clothing drives. My wife met a family online, and my daughter and these two 5-year-old twins hosted a arepa sale and a yard sale together to raise money for them to pay their rent. You know, those two 5-year-olds are now in my daughter's school. They're in kindergarten. She sees them in the hall every day. Like, she's on the student council, is trying to recruit them to join the student council. Those kids 15 years from now will be in colleges in our country. 20 years from now, they'll be on city councils in the city of Denver. I hope 40 years from now, they'll be in this seat as the next mayor of Denver. We can tell that story, and I'm proud that we will.
Thank you. As we wrap, I'm just going to note that Mayor Quiñones will be posting some additional materials in the chat on the app. So please check that out, and others can weigh in as well if they like.
The exit stage left?
Yes.
The front row has exited the room. So we've heard from a number of mayors over the past couple of days on the issue of migration and newcomers coming to their city. Migration is a global experience, and by many accounts, it is here to stay. And in fact, the expectation is global migration will be increasing, whether that be from climate crises or political strife or the pull of the job market. What we are witnessing is cities across the world in the past couple of years that have started to see a different experience where the numbers of immigrants who are coming to the city, the newcomers, are unplanned and increased in large numbers, and it is having the tragic consequence of going beyond the capacity of the local services system to meet that need and starting to see folks who are spilling over first to the shelter system, and then when it's beyond the capacity of the shelter system, onto the streets. And mayors are grappling with this issue. They're responding in real time and coming up with the best solutions they can to deal with this need. Last year, leading up to the Summer Olympics in Paris, Mayor Anne Hidalgo asked Bloomberg Associates if we would convene a conversation of mayors to talk about this challenge and to try to draw out the lessons of how mayors are meeting this extraordinary need. Today, Bloomberg Associates is releasing a white paper that gathers the examples of what has been done in cities around the world and does our best to try to draw on best practices and make some recommendations. And so you'll be getting a link to that information in the follow-up to materials to this conference. And so anyone who is wanting to plan and be ready in your cities, please draw on that and take advantage of the experience of other mayors in addressing this. So today here, we're going to talk to a couple of cities and some leaders about their own experience and share how they have handled that. So welcome, colleagues. Susan, let's start with you, Leader Aiken. Leader Aiken is the leader of the Glasgow City Council, the equivalent of the mayor in Glasgow. And you've been a leader. I've just admired the city from afar on the work that you've done on homelessness. Tell us about your experience. What has happened recently with you, with newcomers coming to your city?
So earlier this year in Glasgow, we declared a housing emergency. After many years, actually, of our homelessness figures coming down, we had managed to almost completely eradicate street homelessness in our city. But over the past year, a shift in the way that the UK government deals with a very specific type of migration, which is asylum seekers and refugees, has contributed significantly, along with a cost of living crisis in the UK, to our homelessness situation suddenly becoming unmanageable in a very short space of time, actually, and it has created a housing emergency in the city. And I want to make clear that we don't see this as a problem of migration or a problem of refugees. Glasgow has been a city that is part of the UK asylum dispersal scheme for over 25 years. We see ourselves as a beacon of integration for refugees in our city and community cohesion. We think we've done a pretty good job at it, but the way that the UK government has changed its policy approach, whereby when someone receives a positive decision to have leave to remain in the United Kingdom, they're almost immediately made homeless. So it's a gift with one hand and immediately taking away with the other. And they then become our responsibility as a city. And the numbers in the past year have doubled. And our housing supply, or affordable housing supply, has become overwhelmed. So we're starting to see street homelessness creep back up again. Still under 30, but that's too many, and because it's a backward step from where we were, it's incredibly disappointing. But worse than that, we have unprecedented numbers of people living in temporary accommodation that we would consider to be unsuitable. It's not appropriate for people, particularly people who have come from incredible trauma, to be in faceless hotels, in bed and breakfast accommodation, and to not be able to access a proper community and be integrated within that community adds more trauma. And we've got evidence that it absolutely does that. So that's the situation that we're in. We're working very hard right now to expand that affordable housing supply. We're buying up empty homes in the city, but the UK government's actions have cost us tens of millions of pounds, and it is putting real strain on our services, not just for those refugees, but for anyone who is experiencing homelessness or housing pressures in Glasgow. So it has been a massive contributor to a situation that was already becoming much more difficult because of the wider economic circumstances across the UK.
And I want to underscore what Leader Aiken has said. Their number is up to 30. That's 30 people. This is a city of over 600,000 people that has worked diligently to address homelessness. So the starting point there is that you have such a strong system that focuses on housing first and moving people from the street to housing. And so they benefit from all of that. And with the newcomers, straining the system, but trying as hard as possible to keep that to that original approach. Right. Yeah. Right. Lourdes, there is hope. Lourdes has the toughest job in the world, I think. She is the director of homeless services in the city of Los Angeles. Lourdes, Karen Bass, when she took over as mayor, put homelessness as the #1 issue. And the congratulations goes to you and Mayor Bass, and hearing today that the number of people on the streets has decreased by 10%.
That is correct.
And so please.
Yes.
The impossible has happened. Tell us a little bit about what's going on and how you deal with the needs of newcomers who find themselves on the streets in this larger approach that you're taking.
Yes, well, thank you so much for having me. And as we were discussing in terms of the sheer numbers and the scale of the crisis in LA, we currently have about 46,000 people that on any given night are experiencing homelessness, with about 70% of individuals experiencing homelessness on the streets. So on day one, Mayor Bass declared a state of emergency on homelessness, and that really set in motion a number of executive directives that have been focused on increasing the supply of affordable housing. To date, 20,000 units have been approved for development because of her first executive directive. She also initiated and implemented with urgency a program that was essentially designed to bring units online very quickly through agreements with about 60 hotels and motels across the city. We were able to create a pipeline of interim housing units, 12,000, and we're now working on a process to purchase units to ensure that there is an infrastructure of interim housing as we continue to build more permanent housing. And so when we speak about migration, I think the complexity here is that migrants and immigrants to Los Angeles is not a new thing. In fact, on average, about 1,000 immigrants make LA their home, their first stop. And we have
every week, every month?
Every week.
Every week, 1,000 a week.
1,000 every week. And so over time, there's been an infrastructure that has been developed, frankly, an infrastructure of nonprofit organizations that have the trust and the relationship with immigrant serving communities, faith-based organizations, and legal experts. And so the mayor has been very intentional that as we develop our homelessness response system to be responsive to unsheltered homelessness, we need to continue to invest and work together with a coalition of organizations that are equipped to serve migrant communities as they make LA their home.
And Daniel, that is one of the core lessons that comes out of the work that Welcoming America has done. You know, build that welcoming infrastructure. So tell us, how do these stories resonate? How do they compare to what you've seen in other cities? And what are some of the best practices that you're seeing in mayors handling these type of challenges?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. Muy buenos días to everyone here today. Just excited to be here with all of you. You know, great examples of sort of what's happening right at local governments and local communities across the world. Welcoming America, we work with over 200 municipal governments across the country in helping them develop welcoming infrastructure, which is sort of a set of practices, policies, and partnerships at the local level that really are able to really help local governments think about the ways that they're going to deal with long-term inclusion work, but also as an opportunity to think about any sudden influx, for example, of folks or any kind of emergencies that come their way. And so I think what we've heard here today is sort of a reflection of what we're seeing across the country, that municipalities are trying to develop these welcoming structure to really be able to address some of the biggest challenges that they have in their local communities. And that has to happen in a number of different ways, right? We talk about making sure that folks with lived experiences are part of the conversations that are there when these solutions are talked about, that municipalities are planning for long-term investment, and then, of course, cross-sector collaboration. I think that municipalities play an important role in leading and setting the tone and the narrative at the local level, but this can't be done just by municipal governments. We need to make sure that the corporate sector, local community philanthropy, nonprofit organizations, faith-based institutions are all at the table, sort of coming up with solutions and learning from one another. I think one of the biggest benefits of the work that we do through the network is being able to share all of these learnings and all of these programs that communities are implementing, because we know that there are solutions to this work. And the more that you're able to plan ahead and really think about the future of your city in terms of infrastructure work, whether it's physical infrastructure or social infrastructure, such as the welcoming infrastructure work, it's really important.
And that really is the first recommendation that came from the lessons that we looked at cities around the globe, that if you are building that welcoming infrastructure, I love that phrase, if you have that in place, if you've established the relationships, if you've identified the members of government and civil society and the private sector who are part of the team of building a welcoming environment, then that is ready to activate when that extraordinary need comes. So first, really invest in building that welcoming infrastructure. The second thing was really around identifying the unique needs of newcomers and ensuring that your reception system and your sheltering system is equipped to deal with those needs, whether that be by creating an independent standalone shelter that can meet the needs of migrants, or by having them integrated into your baseline system, but having the tracking so that you can make sure that they are being assisted through the processes. The third thing, and we're going to spend the rest of our time here on that, is I think maybe the toughest one, which is the narrative and the importance of how mayors as leaders are framing this issue and leading their cities. We know that this issue is rife with challenges, that there are a lot of residents of our communities who feel like their own needs are not being met and are having the same systems that are struggling to meet local need, having to meet the needs of newcomers as well. And it's often very divisive. And the challenge of you as leaders in your cities, of you framing the discussion around the need and the welcoming approach of the city. Tell us how you grapple with that, kind of recognizing and acknowledging your local citizens' concerns at the same time that you're creating a welcoming environment. Susan, I'm going to start with you.
Okay. So we're very clear in Glasgow that the benefits of inward migration to our city and the benefits of the refugees who have come and made Glasgow their home over so many years far outweigh the challenges that have been thrown up by those issues. What we're facing right now is not a migration crisis, it's not a refugee crisis, it is an affordable housing supply crisis, and it is a failure of public policy by a national government, which doesn't follow through the implications of its decisions for actual cities and communities and citizens, regardless of the origin of those citizens. So our focus in Glasgow is, I have to say, it's probably relentlessly positive about immigration. Now, we know that the resentments and the worries that people have absolutely exist in our communities as they do elsewhere. Earlier this year, in July, there were actually race riots, for want of a better word, in a whole number of towns in England and also in the north of Ireland, where hotels and other accommodation housing asylum seekers and refugees, but also mosques, were subject to racist and Islamophobic attacks, physical, violent attacks. And I was not at all complacent that that wouldn't happen in Glasgow. In fact, I'm genuinely concerned that it may be that the far right who were coordinating that would actually bring it up to my city. So we went out very, very quickly and said, if you are someone who wants to blame refugees or to blame your Muslim neighbours for the cost of living crisis that's been created by government policies and economic failures, then you're not welcome in Glasgow. Don't come to Glasgow. We don't want you here. Don't export your racist violence into our city, because everyone who comes to Glasgow is a Glaswegian. As soon as you come to our city and set foot, you become a Glaswegian. A Ouija is the term that we use. We shorten it to, you're an honorary Ouija.
I want to be a Ouija.
And then you have the right to a roof over your head. So regardless of what the nature of your housing need is, our policy is that first and foremost you get a roof over your head, that you don't spend a night on the streets if we can possibly make that happen. And then secondly, as quickly as possible, we get you into your own permanent home that you can call your own and build your life there, regardless of whether you've been made homeless through mental health challenges or addiction issues, or whether it's because you've arrived in Glasgow as an asylum seeker or a refugee. It doesn't matter what the origin is. We know that we can do it. We had a large number of displaced people come from Ukraine, as I know a lot of cities have experienced because of the war of aggression against Ukraine. And we had to temporarily set up a cruise ship in the city to house them, but we set a hard deadline for when everyone had to be off that ship and into their own home, and we succeeded in doing it. So it can be done. That was about 1,500 people we got off that ship and into their own homes. It can be done.
So, and Daniel, last word from you on just the advice that you can share on narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important, as was mentioned earlier, leaders have an opportunity here to really lead on asset-based narratives instead of scarcity narratives. really thinking about how they're thinking about this work as an opportunity for the community, and also clarifying misinformation, right? That there is a lot of misinformation out there, and I think it's the responsibility of local leaders to clarify that misinformation. And it's also important to acknowledge that people have fears, and it is normal for folks to have fears, but that does not mean that, that we can let this kind of misinformation or xenophobic types of narratives prevail. We actually need to have really asset-based, positive storytelling.
Thank you. Thank you. Lourdes, one
last point.
Jump in.
So homelessness is a housing problem. It is not a migration problem or an immigration problem, and I think we need to continue with that spirit. That's the spirit that LA is facing and embracing as we face the housing and homelessness crisis.
Please join me in thanking these amazing people. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos y a todas. El panel va a ser en español, si quieren poner su headset. México aprobó este año la Ley General de Alimentación Adecuada y Sustentable, consagrando el derecho constitucional de las personas a una alimentación de calidad y posicionándose como líder mundial en política alimentaria. Vamos a empezar con Alejandro. Cuéntanos el contexto de que emerge esta ley y la labor de la sociedad civil, académicos, legisladores y representantes de gobierno en las últimas 2 décadas que resultaron en esta ley.
Bueno, la ley de alimentación yo creo que es una ley que se va a volver un ejemplo a nivel internacional, promovida mucho por la senadora Ana Lilia y todo un grupo de académicos y organizaciones civiles, pero yo nada más quisiera mencionar algunos aspectos de por qué llegamos a la necesidad de una ley de alimentación. México presentaba ya en 2012 uno de los niveles más altos de sobrepeso y obesidad en todo el mundo. Teníamos los niveles de consumo de bebidas azucaradas más altos del mundo, 30% por encima de Estados Unidos. Para darles una idea, en el año 2000 murieron 46,000 personas por diabetes. En el 2020 murieron más de 100,000 personas. Es decir, esto casi se triplicó y en 2016 es el único país que ha decretado una emergencia epidemiológica por obesidad y por diabetes. En medio de esto, desde la sociedad civil promovimos un impuesto a las bebidas azucaradas, se logró en México, de ahí vino al Reino Unido, Portugal, la India, Filipinas, Sudáfrica. Después, en 2020, establecimos, seguramente ustedes han visto los productos que tienen unos sellos de advertencia que dicen exceso de azúcar, de grasas, de sodio. Y recientemente se acaba de aprobar unos lineamientos para alimentos y bebidas dentro de las escuelas. Entonces ha sido una lucha por cambiar este ambiente alimentario, que es un ambiente alimentario realmente invadido de comida chatarra y bebidas azucaradas.
Gracias. Senadora Ana Lilia Rivera, ¿cuál es la importancia nacional e internacional de esta ley y por qué fue tan importante promulgarla en el contexto mexicano?
Gracias. Efectivamente, nosotros estamos viviendo un proceso importante en México donde las personas son el centro de todo el ejercicio del gobierno. Poner en el centro la alimentación de nuestro país es darle continuidad ya a una reforma que se hizo a la Constitución en el 2011, donde el artículo 4 consagra como un valor de nuestra democracia garantizarle a los mexicanos alimentación sana. Pero no había una ley reglamentaria. Entonces teníamos que crear las leyes reglamentarias para que este derecho constitucional fuera real. Después de esta pandemia que nos enseñó una lección muy importante, la alimentación es la base de una vida digna. La alimentación debe de ser el derecho supremo de cualquier ser humano. Por lo tanto, el Estado y todas sus funciones y todos los sectores deben organizarse y coordinarse con programas y presupuestos para garantizar a los ciudadanos de todos los estratos sociales que tengan acceso a alimentos sanos, suficientes, de calidad, pero sobre todo desde la producción, porque los alimentos nacen de la tierra. Entonces tenemos que voltear a ver qué contaminantes están llegando a los alimentos a través de las semillas, de los plaguicidas, del agua, y a partir de entonces entender que los alimentos sanos tienen que nacer en la tierra sana, en manos de productores que también tengan derecho y acceso a alimentación sana, porque es increíble que en nuestro país se distribuyan bebidas azucaradas hasta los rincones más remotos de nuestro territorio y no así la leche. Entonces esta ley también tenía que ver con distribución, no solamente con producción de alimentos sanos, sino de distribución, que hagan llegar a los que producen en la tierra alimentos también sanos para que ellos estén fuertes. Pero además también teníamos que poner reglas. ¿Se puede producir alimentos en México? Sí, pero tiene que haber una regla establecida por el Estado que le dé facultades a las instancias correspondientes para reglamentar cuánto de sodio, cuánto de azúcar, cuánto de grasas trans podemos nosotros regular para que los alimentos que se producen en este país sean negocio para algunos, pero también tengan el límite para no enfermar a los ciudadanos. Entonces ha sido una ley importantísima para nosotros porque sabemos que esto va a dar como resultado la responsabilidad del Estado de garantizar alimentos sanos a un pueblo sano de mente, de cuerpo.
Muchísimas gracias. Secretaria Julia Álvarez y Casa, ¿cómo la ley impactará el medio ambiente en la Ciudad de México y qué iniciativas reforzarán y mejorarán su impacto?
Sí, como bien dice la senadora Alejandro, colegas de esta lucha, esta ley significa el resultado de una lucha histórica por más de 3 décadas de la población mexicana para que hubiese una ley reglamentaria con base en el artículo 4 constitucional que finalmente regulara el derecho a una alimentación adecuada, nutritiva, suficiente y también sustentable. En ese sentido, esta ley cobra muchísima importancia en el contexto de la Ciudad de México y particularmente desde el punto de vista medioambiental, porque como ya bien lo decía la senadora, los sistemas agroproductivos, agropecuarios, están en el centro de las políticas ambientales sanas para proveernos no solo de alimentos de calidad, sino alimentos que provengan de suelos y de espacios ecológicos saludables. En la Ciudad de México tiene una característica muy, muy peculiar que no todas las ciudades del mundo lo tienen, que yo considero que es una característica de enorme riqueza para los capitalinos y las capitalinas. El 59% del territorio de la Ciudad de México, es decir, más de la mitad del territorio de la Ciudad de México, según nuestra constitución local, es suelo de conservación. El suelo de conservación se integra por áreas naturales protegidas y también por áreas de producción agrícola, agropecuaria. En este sentido es importantísimo que esta producción agropecuaria que se produce en el suelo de conservación de la Ciudad de México, 9 alcaldías de las 16 de la Ciudad de México tienen esta característica en su territorio. Entonces, desde ahí es que nosotros ya tenemos desde la Ciudad de México pensadas algunas acciones inmediatas con base en el marco regulatorio que establece la Ley General de Alimentación Adecuada Sustentable y también con base en nuestra propia reglamentación de la Ciudad de México. Solo enumeraré 5 para dejarlas aquí. La primera es, se avanzó muchísimo en la inversión en la producción sustentable del suelo de conservación de la Ciudad de México en el sexenio anterior con la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum, como nunca se invirtió en la producción sustentable. El segundo piso de la producción es la comercialización. Vamos a abocarnos a abrir canales de comercialización para los pequeños productores de la Ciudad de México y con el valor agregado, dado que no pueden competir contra los grandes productores en grandes volúmenes del resto del país, con el valor agregado que tiene todo que ver en términos medioambientales del sello que garantiza la producción agroecológica. Además, hay una política de nuestra jefa de gobierno actual, Clara Brugada, muy fuerte contra los asentamientos irregulares, que son una de nuestras principales amenazas al suelo de conservación, la ampliación de la mancha urbana irregular. Además, con base en la ley, en el artículo 37 de la Ley General de Alimentación Adecuada, pero también con base en una disposición política, estamos convencidos de que es muy importante incorporar en las compras públicas. El artículo 37 de la ley obliga a que por lo menos el 15% de las compras gubernamentales se hagan en productores de pequeña escala. Entonces vamos a impulsar y sumarnos con base en esa reglamentación a que desde el gobierno haya realmente una política activa de comprar a productores de pequeña escala, y vamos a impulsar también a que sectores privados compren productos del suelo de conservación que presta servicios ambientales fundamentales para que la Ciudad de México sea viable en un corto y mediano plazo.
Excelente. Bueno, aquí en CityLab tenemos alcaldes y alcaldesas de todo el mundo. Entonces, una pregunta a los panelistas: ¿qué pueden otras ciudades aprender de esta experiencia mexicana para garantizar el derecho a la alimentación sana en sus países y en sus ciudades?
Creo que nosotros hemos conjuntado esfuerzos de la sociedad civil, académicos, instituciones educativas, pero sobre todo organismos internacionales preocupados por las enfermedades que padece nuestro país, estas pandemias que nos enseñó que ahí estaban las otras pandemias. La adicción más grave en México pueden ser cualquier otra sustancias, pero la más grave es la que se consiente, el azúcar. Diabetes mellitus, somos aproximadamente 20 millones de mexicanos padeciendo esta enfermedad con todas las discapacidades que genera, pero también tenemos obesidad, 7 de cada 10 adultos, 4 de cada 10 niños, pero también tenemos como primer causa de muerte enfermedades que tienen que ver con el corazón, y entonces todo nos lleva a la mala alimentación. Esto hizo que muchos esfuerzos se conjuntaran y que lográramos enfrentar intereses económicos muy fuertes, porque detrás de la alimentación chatarra hay empresas muy poderosas y medios de comunicación muy poderosos, que además se enlazan con partidos políticos, con representantes que no defienden los intereses de los ciudadanos, sino de estos grupos económicos que estaban ahí. ¿Qué fue lo que nosotros logramos hacer? Poner en el centro de la discusión el bienestar de todas y todos, y a partir de ahí ver que cada interés pudiera tener un espacio de defensa. Logramos sacar esta ley después de 30 años de lucha, después de más de una década que se lograra establecer este derecho en la Constitución, con la iniciativa privada también, con todos los grupos políticos de México, todos, y con el esfuerzo que nos llevó a un diagnóstico de salud pública, se permitió entonces que lográramos transitar por unanimidad. Esta es una de las pocas leyes que en México se ha logrado votar a favor por todos los partidos políticos, pero también la iniciativa privada, asumiendo la responsabilidad que le corresponde. Entonces, si algo nosotros podemos con orgullo presumir o contribuir a quienes hoy nos escuchan, es cómo logramos conjuntar que estos intereses pudieran ponerse de acuerdo.
Excelente. Alejandro.
Sí, yo creo que las políticas alimentarias tienen que ser cruzadas. No puede ser una política que haga el Ministerio de Salud, otra política que haga el Ministerio de Agricultura, y el Ministerio de Educación. O sea, las políticas, como se plantea en la ley, se crea un organismo intersectorial que va a estar trabajando de manera permanente, y con eso lo que pretendemos es cambiar el ambiente alimentario. Ustedes si salen en la Ciudad de México, pero si sobre todo van a los barrios populares, pues lo que van a ver que hay unas pequeñas tienditas, hay más de 1 millón de puntos de venta, por ejemplo, de la principal bebida de cola que todos conocemos, tiene más de 1 millón de puntos de venta en nuestro país. Entonces hay una invasión. Hablaba un relator especial de Naciones Unidas por el derecho a la alimentación, Oliver de Schutter, que vino a México, habló de la coca-colonización de nuestro país. Y es una desgracia porque el 70% de los azúcares de la dieta de los mexicanos viene de bebidas azucaradas. Tenemos de los mayores índices de mortalidad por diabetes en el mundo, sobre todo si tomamos países grandes de más de 50 millones de habitantes, nosotros estamos en los primeros lugares. Entonces tenemos que cambiar las condiciones ambientales, como decía Julia, tenemos que retomar, teníamos mercados populares, donde llegaban los productores locales y encontrabas frutas, verduras, frijol. Hemos bajado el consumo de frijol en 50% y la mezcla de los aminoácidos del frijol y el maíz dan una muy buena proteína. Y ustedes saben que somos altos consumidores de maíz. Entonces, tenemos que recuperar esos espacios para una buena alimentación.
Definitivamente. Secretaria.
Sí, bueno, definitivamente el contexto mexicano no es distinto al contexto, el contexto del país, me refiero, es muy similar a lo que pasa en la Ciudad de México. La Ciudad de México es un mosaico también de esta circunstancia en términos de datos de obesidad, de sobrepeso, etcétera, el consumo de azúcares. La Ciudad de México no se queda lamentablemente atrás. Entonces, en este sentido, creo que la Ley General de Alimentación Adecuada y Sustentable es un gran ejemplo para el mundo que podría retomarse en otros espacios de la integralidad, de la concepción multidimensional de la alimentación. No solo puede ser entendida desde únicamente el enfoque nutricional, de salud, pero tampoco el económico, pero tampoco el medioambiental, sino que es un enfoque integral. Además, la ley abarca los 3 niveles de gobierno, el nivel federal, estatal y municipal incluso, de tal manera que genera obligaciones para los 3 niveles de gobierno y esto, por supuesto, que nos compete a la Ciudad de México. En ese sentido, creo que es una ley también que vale la pena rescatar. Por otro lado, aporta al mundo la visión de la canasta nutrimental como la dieta de la milpa, que es lo que nosotros aquí nombramos en la Ciudad de México. Rescata la dieta de la milpa, que es la base de la civilización mesoamericana y mexicana, que es maíz, chile, frijol, ¿no? Y bueno, algunos otros, quelites y algunos otros alimentos que se encuentran en la milpa. Esta ley lo rescata y nos obliga a promoverla en conjunto con otras leyes que ya existen. Y finalmente creo que pues hay importantes desafíos en la ejecución de esta ley. La promulgación ya fue un desafío muy importante, ahora hay importantes desafíos para su correcta implementación y ejecución y por eso reitero desde la Ciudad de México el compromiso que la jefa de gobierno, Clara Brugada, tiene con la actividad productiva de la Ciudad de México agroecológica, con los pequeños productores que producen a pequeña escala en la Ciudad de México y en ese sentido se suma al segundo piso de la producción, que es la comercialización, abrir canales de comercialización justos y también ha anunciado ya la jefa de gobierno la creación de 100 mercados de la tierra como espacios de comercialización sin intermediación para la pequeña producción de la Ciudad de México.
Excelente, pues un gran panel para hoy, que es el Día Mundial de la Alimentación. Por favor, un gran aplauso a nuestros panelistas. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
Well, hello, everybody. I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you to Mayor Bloomberg for inviting me and all of you around here to this incredible event. There's, I think, something like, 115 mayors? It's a lot of mayors. 80 million people represented here, and they asked me to come and speak about the cities that, I guess, for the most part, didn't make it. You know, the ones that that came and went. I'm a National Geographic explorer. I've spent the better part of the last, I don't know, maybe 15 years traveling around the world looking at ancient cities. I'm an engineer. I use tools like this. It's a LiDAR. It's a laser on a drone that shoots billions of laser beams into the trees. And then when we look at the data afterwards, we can actually see both the trees, but we can also delete the trees and see what's underneath them and reveal the hidden past. And then we hike into these jungles and we have our machetes, and I don't have my cool fedora there. I was telling somebody backstage I should have my cool fedora. But we hike in the jungle and we find all these ancient cities and we see what they tell us about ourselves. Now, I've fallen in love with this experience, these chapters of our human history, these versions of our coexistence. And I was asked to come and speak about roughly 10,000 years of human history in 10 minutes. So this is like the Cliff Notes. the abridged version, as somebody pointed out. But these are essentially, I would think of them as chapters, each one part of the book of who we are, and each one existing in all of us, right? The cities themselves are the manifestation of human imagination. They're the things that define us as a superorganism. And they are very different from one another. And we are on this very long continuum. I'm talking about everything that didn't work up until now, or maybe some of them that did. And then after me, Leslie Loco will be speaking about the imagination of the future. And right now, we're in this weird limbo state called the present. And we're talking about cities. I've always thought about cities as these experiments. You know, they don't always make it. In fact, most of them don't. The first cities that we've really known in our human history, they might not really even be considered cities. They were all really these ritualistic temple sites all over the world. The first big monumental structures in human history were big places to party and experience our connection to the divine and connect with each other and connect with nature. And then they kind of manifested into these other things where we all organize and spend time together. And you're talking about resilience of these cities. And having now spent the better part of my life going and looking at all these ancient cities and seeing what worked and didn't work, there's this question of identity versus adaptability. How do you keep something strongly rooted in who you are, but at the same time change? Well, I've seen many cases where it's not a versus, but an and. And that there's this other part of this, which is about the cities that were able to have a long-term vision versus a short-term vision that allowed them to continue and thrive. But of course, these are very short-term experiments. I mean, we're talking about the last really couple thousand years in the long journey of who we are. So again, this is kind of not a huge data set for us to work with. Whatever we come up with in the future, it's still very much in the unknown. One of the longest continuously inhabited cities that I've ever seen and spent time in is Varanasi, India. Has anybody been been to Varanasi, India? Yeah, okay. For those of you who have, it's a powerful, trippy place. I mean, it really brings you into a different mental state. The minute you walk into this city or get closer to this city, the smell of all the burning fires surrounds you, the colors of all the buildings, the pastels, they take you into an altered state of consciousness. The city itself, I think of, is a tool to take you into an altered state of consciousness so that you can get into a neuroplastic state that allows you to perform the ritual of letting go of something very important and accepting something new. This is a place where for 3,000 years or more, Hindus have come to burn the dead of their loved ones at the banks of the Ganges to try to get to moksha, this process where you skip reincarnation and go into enlightenment. And I stood right in that little building in the middle of that image, and I was shown a tiny fire that I was told had been burning for 3,000 years continuously, which I don't know if that's true or not, but there was two guys tending to that fire, and they didn't look that old, so I don't know, you know. But it was pretty incredible. It was pretty incredible. This is this question. Does identity, does purpose have a huge role in the longevity of a city? Of course it does. Now, this is a unique case because it's a pilgrimage city, but this city's also faced huge upheavals in politics and climate and economies, and still its roots and its anchor in its identity has helped it last longer than almost any other city on planet Earth. Here's another one, the iconic city of Petra, right? I mean, this place is remarkable. It had a different kind of identity. It was a political zone. It was a trading nexus of the world at one point. They would trade frankincense and asphalt there and other asphalt, other materials that they were finding in the desert. But this, I mean, when I look at this, I think of ourselves as ants. We're a bunch of ants that have built our sandcastles in the hills. And what you don't see from this image is on the top of all those roofs are massive water catchment systems. incredible water catchment systems that all channel down on these facades. There's these tiny little channels that you can't see that run all the way through the city, down through the canyons, and into these cisterns underneath the city. And those cisterns are still filled with water today. This is a city that sees no more than 6 inches of rain a year, and yet somehow thrived. At its time, it had trees and buildings and all kinds of incredible, lush ferns. But the economy changed, and it didn't make it. It only lasted a couple hundred years. This is one of the most wild places I've ever been. This is in Micronesia. Those are basalt stones. This was built in the time of Genghis Khan, okay? Like, how do they do this? But this is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And this incredible city faced massive challenges to climate. This is a paper that we just published a couple of weeks ago in the Proceedings of National Academy of Science. And it shows the coral dating of the buildings relate to their processes of growth. And those 2 big spikes on the bottom there, those are the main phases of growth. And what you see right above it are the variabilities in El Niños. So basically, the city was built in response to El Niños. But when it came down to it, they didn't have enough to make it through the last one because they didn't have resources to find more of those huge stones, and eventually the city was abandoned. This is a story of the impact of El Niño, which is something I've seen across all of human history, and also and how we make long-term plans versus short-term plans. Look at a place like Amsterdam, which actually started being built around the same time as that city in Micronesia. You know, it found its start in the Little Ice Age, and they did a lot of really incredible planning, and they started building out the canal systems, which everybody's very familiar with, and they faced the challenges of a changing climate with foresight that extended beyond the 20-year time frame. They weren't reactionary, and they found ways of looking at resource management that allowed them to continue to build and innovate around this process of resilience. Of course, we're in this other incredible place in Latin America, and this is a city not too far from here. I think this is in a part of Mexico. Probably that might be Calakmul, I think. But this is a giant Maya city. Now, I was told by the mayor of Guatemala recently, just backstage, that there was this incredible anecdote. He said that in Tikal, the big plaza in the middle, all these cities had these incredible major public plazas. You could stand on one pyramid, and you could talk to somebody on the other pyramid and hear them as if they were right there. But at the same time, everybody below you couldn't really hear you. It was like having a private connection between 2 people on top of a pyramid, which, first of all, it's incredible. The Maya they built, they were the centers of innovation, and they were born out of the jungle. I've always found that incredibly fascinating. But what was it that allowed them to be so imaginative? It was a connection to nature, it was a connection to art, astronomy, spirit, all these other things. But that same thing that allowed for all that innovation led to something that was pretty deeply human, which is social and economic disparity. Incredible disparity, right? If you could stand on top of a pyramid and talk to somebody else on the other side of the pyramid in the plaza, it was almost like you were 2 gods standing above all the people. And in a large realization, all those cities collapsed about at the same time. The Maya were a bunch of city-states that all fought against each other for resources. And at the end of the day, it was wars, and it was an extreme rapid growth. Most of these major cities, like Palenque and others, they were built by single individual lifetimes. They were built by kings and queens that were like, this is my mark on the ground. And they would expand, and then those El Niños would come, and other droughts would come, and they would wipe out these cities because they were not able to be resilient to their resources. Now, 10,000 years of human history, that's harmony. We got to figure out the harmony. In 10 minutes, and I'm already over, but our human history has had many major climate events. One of the biggest ones was this 4.2 thousand year ago event called the 4.2 kilo event, and the whole world faced major climate changes. And what you see in the right there is the salt layers of these long droughts that I was able to observe in the Dead Sea of Israel. And what societies made there were big failures, actually. They couldn't face it. The Akkadians, the old kingdom of Egypt, Mesopotamia, they all collapsed following this crazy period of climate change. But there was a few that made it, a few small cities that made it. And those that made it, they had some interesting things about them. There was this city that I was shown outside of Israel called Kabri, where the Canaanites survived and thrived. And in their buildings, they had these huge dining halls with no central seating. There was not like some kingship at the middle. Everybody was kind of equal. And that's over 3,000, equivalent of 3,000 bottles of wine that they had stored in one room alone. So they had big parties there. They had, it was like the end of the world, bring out the wine. But they also found artifacts from all over the world there. They found artifacts from Cyprus and beyond, and it was about opening borders and creating connectedness. It was about finding a way to work together with places from far away and choosing not to have that extreme social hierarchy. Choosing to see the good in each other and the opportunity to depend on each other. I think of cities like Istanbul and other places like that that have always had these layers of convergence and trade that have made it. Cities are our human experience and our human experiment in our collective existence, right? That's why we get together. We want to be part of something bigger than ourselves. We want to imagine that we can depend on each other, that we can thrive with each other, that we can be inspired by each other. But what is it that allows us cities to maybe thrive and not disappear and become a lost city that I'll search for with my LiDAR? I mean, it's just basic elements of our human condition. It's finding our identity, our purpose, figuring out how to be adaptive, but while still having that root and that anchor, having a vision that lasts more than 20 years and trying to look at the 200-year time frame, the 300-year time frame, because that's what's coming. We're looking at climate change that is coming at us, but it's coming at us in a big way, and we can see it. We can see where it's coming, and we can have long-term vision and not think about things the way that the Micronesian city of Namadol did, but maybe looking at other ways of being more sustainable in our resource management. It's about harmony. Okay, like that's the lesson that I've seen in all these cities. When the resources get tight, when the environment starts to shift, it's how we work together, and the massive changes in hierarchy and social dynamics and social disparity, they ruin that harmony. They make it so these cities have collapsed. But at the end of the day, it's about connectedness. We're one planet. And in the long journey of our human epoch, we've never met a moment like this where we are as interconnected as we've ever been before. And I loved what Mayor Johnson said a couple of speeches ago from Denver. We are innately good in our human nature. That is something that I've seen in our human story. That is something I've seen. So as we face the challenges of tomorrow, we think about our futures of today and tomorrow and the changing climates that we have and all the challenges that we face, I think it's leaning on that good in the human spirit and finding that connectedness that can help us get through it all. So thank you very much, and here's for the future. Oh.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming to the last talk of this incredible event. I'd like to thank Bloomberg and everyone behind the scenes who make such invitations possible. So my talk, A equals YAE, loosely follows another famous equation, E equals MC squared, which I must confess I still don't understand. But in this case, A equals Africa and E equals environment, the gravity around which the modern world revolves, and the resources upon which it depends. A decade ago, it might have been possible to talk about the built environment only, but our understanding of the relationships between the so-called natural world, natural environments, untouched by human hands, and built environments, regulated, structured, and engineered, is more nuanced. Nature is neither pristine nor untouched, and in many parts of the world, especially Africa, cities are overwhelmingly unplanned. And indeed, our relationship between built and natural is increasingly toxic. One man's ease is clearly another's hardship. But to return to Einstein for a second, the more massive an object, the more it warps the space around it. And the same is true of Africa. If I had $1 for every time a foreigner, usually European, apologies to the Europeans, has said to me, "Oh, I love Africa," I could have retired 30 years ago. I still have no idea what the statement means, and neither, I suspect, do the people who say it. But whatever they imagine, I don't think it's contemporary urban Africa that they're referring to. We are simultaneously the world's richest and poorest continent. Most of our wealth is raw material wealth, minerals, hydrocarbons, crops, reservoirs of capital that lie outside cities, below the surface of the earth in mines or industrial-scale plantations. But cities are the engines of growth and human capital development. We know this, and it's why we're gathered here today. Yet often African cities are amongst the most desperate places on the planet. Seychelles is the only African country that falls into the UN's Human Development High Index. And herein lies one of the biggest contradictions and one of the most intractable problems of this century and the next. Youth and aspiration, the Y and the A in the equation. As the world's youngest and fastest urbanizing continent, Africa straddles a fine and continuously shifting line between enormous energy and optimism on one side and despair on the other. What should be a dynamic, enabling combination is fraught. And education is both the bedrock and the battleground on which the future is being fought. Statistics are always tricky. They can be manipulated to shape almost any argument. But here are a few that I think are worth bearing in mind. Africa's population stands at about 1.3 billion. But spending on education across Africa has barely changed in 20 years, still at approximately 4% of GDP, but this is not spread evenly across the continent. And let me focus for a second on architecture, my discipline. 70% of African schools of architecture are located in North and South Africa, leaving almost 1 billion people served by 30 schools. Now, by comparison, the UK, with a population of 66 million, has 70 schools of architecture. Francophone West Africa, with a population of almost 300 million, has only one accredited school. It's generally accepted that the fastest growing cities in the world over the next quarter century are in Africa, and with the exception of Tokyo, the largest cities in the world will all be in the global south. These two factors, geography and speed, will determine the state of the world's cities in the coming decades, touching everything from migration to municipal elections. I first visited Mexico City in 2015, part of a university delegation from South Africa. And it was an eye-opening visit on many levels. There was enough overlap in terms of challenges and familiar contexts, but by far the greatest difference that I saw was in the sense of ownership over both ideas and the means of producing ideas, education, in other words. Over the past decade, my sense is of one continent forging ahead, challenges notwithstanding, and the other, my continent, falling further and further behind, lacking the educational infrastructure, political will, and crucially, the confidence to do anything about it. If you look closely at this slide, it's likely you'll recognize many of the faces. Taken from a variety of places, these are 28 of the best-known African architects and academics working in Africa today. What's unusual, perhaps, is that every single one studied overseas, UK, US, China, Switzerland, France, Australia, anywhere but at home. And for many African students, the underlying assumption that the only way to make an impact in your field is to leave your country is distressing. So on the world's youngest and fastest urbanizing continent, we're failing to adequately educate and equip nearly half of our population to deal with the challenges that are coming their way. But we're also depriving the rest of the world of the talent, imagination, and ambition of this dynamic, creative, and fearless human resource that could, under the right circumstances, transform the way we think about architecture and our built and natural environments. I'm going to show a very short video from the artist-architect Aleksandra, who is Nigerian-born, Brooklyn-based, and who won the Silver Lion for Promising Young Participant at last year's Venice Biennale. Tech.
I was very inspired by the kind of creative process that an architect undergoes when they're given a particular project. And that's exactly the kind of process that I do when producing my speculative art world. The artwork is titled The African Conservation Effort / All Africa Proto-Ports. And what it is an elaborate eco-fiction that starts from a kind of alternate timeline, sort of inflection point in 1972, which is roughly 10 years after a lot of African countries gained independence from colonial rule. And what it does is it imagines that there was a continent-wide effort to dispel the colonial influence, colonial rule, but also to consolidate into creating a kind of massive continent-wide environmental movements. But then from there, what occurred in the intervening years is that this massive conservation effort led to discoveries of alternate fuel, alternate resources, power, conservation, and the development of several hyper-travel advancements, notably suborbital travel and the kind of magnetic levitation tube loop, right? So the idea was that these two advancements would connect not only the continents of Africa, the countries within, but also through suborbital travel, connect the countries of the diaspora.
So his work is an amazing example of the kind of critical and ethical creativity that so many young African and diasporan practitioners exhibit. And the jury singled out his work for exploring a world-building practice that expands public perspectives and imaginations, offering visions of a decolonized and decarbonized future. In the past decade, across the continent, we've seen students taking to the streets in one country after another. The root causes are the same: corruption, mismanagement, hardship, and occasionally ideology. And the quality of education rarely figures as a concern, which is a concern in itself. And for the most part, architects and built environment professionals remain silent. In 2021, I returned home to Ghana, where I'm from, to try and set up a small independent Institute of Architecture. And before you get too excited, these are only renders. I asked two firms to put together a comprehensive feasibility study, but the return on investment for an educational project isn't there, certainly not with our leaders, philanthropists, or investors. And therein lies the quandary. We have the vision, we have the talent, the ambition, and the aspiration, but we do not have the environment, the political, financial, cultural, or even social will to make the kinds of investments necessary to deal with the looming future, let alone change. And I'm going to end here with two quotes which perfectly encapsulate what most of us think, feel, and know. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the way the world is, but the world as it will be. And education is the best economic policy there is. With 26 seconds to spare, thank you.
Okay, we have to be careful because Elsa and I could sit here and talk all day. So we'll be quick.
15 seconds left.
I know, we're watching the clock hard. Okay, speed round, let's go. This is so exciting to be here with you in maybe one of the best cities. Sorry, everyone.
Yes.
One of the best cities.
One of.
Okay, yeah. Aplauso, por favor. No, but one of the things that, as a music journalist, that's what I do, we love to use cities as descriptors. Maybe it's cheating, maybe it's good writing, I don't know, but because they say so much about an artist, right? Like a singer-songwriter from Mexico City or a rockero from Buenos Aires, because cities have their own vibe, their own energy. I mean, I live in New York currently, and I think everyone can agree that's an unmistakable energy.
Vibe,
right?
yeah.
A grit, an intensity, maybe. So for you, what does it mean to you to be a Mexico City artist?
Oh, well, I was kind of talking about this because Ojos Noche is really Mexico City. I just think cities just have an energy. And if you let yourself go to the city, and let yourself enjoy the city and get to like the real energy of the city, it just gets into you, and not only like musically the genres, but like the aesthetics, I've been so inspired by Mexican fashion, but the real deal, the fashions that happening in the streets, in the markets. I love tianguis shopping, I love it, like my clothes are almost all of them from the tianguis, because really like Gucci and Tianguis. And that also goes to the music, like the punk of this city, you know, the everything hanging from like a, ¿cómo se dice? De un hilo, ¿sabes? From a thread that like feels like everything's gonna be chaos, but it works.
Yeah.
And I love that in my music.
Yes. No, that's exactly, like, to me, this city is, in a way, a bit more musically confused than it ever has been, in the best way, right? Because obviously it has its own very extensive musical history and tradition, and yet it is like so quickly becoming what is, I would say, the epicenter of Latin American music. I mean, you literally came from Colombia and other places to make music here. Is that for you sometimes confusing? I mean, you can find like banda, electrocumbia, todo, right? And like, is that for you? Like, how do you
For
create?
Elsa, me, it's so confusing because I love doing it all. And sometimes I feel I have to be something, you know, like to be a part of a river of, ¿cómo se dice? Of a not genre, it's like of a move, you know, de una movida. So I'm usually just like fighting to like move around music worlds and fighting to get other artists to see, yeah, it's a girl that talks about love and all of that, but I am also punk and I'm also urban, you know. So it's been great. It's been great, but it's hard.
I love that you say that because I hear that all over your music, and you talk. Yeah, bueno, obviously, we all love your music, right? Okay, great, lots of fans. You talk a lot about freedom and loving freedom and seeing that as, I think you said something like you see it as being able to act in the way that you think and feel. And I was on stage with Silvana Estrada like 2 weeks ago. And, oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. In Nashville, of all places. Weird, I know. And she was saying that she loves freedom, too. It's one of her most favorite things because she feels like it's the realization that she can, like, her roots are so deep and she can create with every single sound possible. And those two things almost feel at odds with each other, to me. Like, the idea that you would create music authentically and also create music from everywhere. I mean, does that feel weird for you sometimes?
No, it's not weird. It's natural. It's like, why wouldn't I get inspired from everywhere, you know? If this is very like Pachamama, but like I'm the channel, you know? If I'm the channel, then it's going to be permeated. Is that a word?
Yeah.
A fancy one.
I wouldn't use it, but yeah, it exists. Yeah.
It's going to be permeated by my experience, my history, my thoughts, my emotions. So why can't I just grab from everywhere, you know? And I've been fighting for this for years because I've been making music for 10 years. And I remember that in the beginning, like the blogs and all that, they were like, she does folk. And I would get so angry. And I'm like, it's not that. You're not seeing it. Pero thankfully, things have changed, and now we are in the age of just like doing whatever you like, and for a woman it's a bit harder because still it's like everybody just wants to like put, oh, she does woman music, romantic, okay, oh, she does reggaeton, naked, you know. So like I'm like, can I be like wearing clothes and do reggaeton, man? So yeah, so that's my new thing.
How could you? That's insane.
I just want to like wear my clothes and make reggaeton.
Yeah, it should be simple, but
it's not.
I mean, that's something I do want to talk about because your music, especially this last album, which is my favorite of all that you've done. Yeah, to me, it's like this is your grown-up era. Like,
yes, listen to it.
Yeah. And you talk a lot about femininity specifically as a theme, and this city is in a complicated relationship, I think, with femininity. I mean, you have two women who are in power, but also you have a lot of difficulty with violence against women, a lot of women speaking out.
Death.
Yeah, todo, right? I mean, it's scary, I think, to be a woman in the city in many ways. I mean, does that impact how you write about these things in your music?
You know what? I never realized that this album was talking about feminism until like it came out.
Like because you're like, I'm a woman, I'm talking about what
exactly
matters.
I'm just talking about like my life, you know. I'm just talking about menstruating because I'm sick of talking about love, you know. What else can I talk about? Blood, you know, like happens, you know.
But it happened.
It was actually inspired, and if somebody wants to work on me with this, please help me, because I have an obsession of thinking, like this is where the song came from. I moved very far, but like, it's a moment. This is where the song came from. I have a song that's called Entre las Piernas that talks about menstruation, guys, and blood, and feminism, and all of that. And I wrote about it because I was walking in Mexico City, and I was like, man, how many women or menstruating people are just like with blood between their legs, in crampings, all of that, you know, and nobody says shit. Like, what the fuck, you know, like in the metro, you know? Was I allowed to say bad words?
I don't know, but you did.
You know, that's why I wrote that song. Like, it's a very angry song. Like, here we are with blood between our legs, and nobody talks about it. And then I started thinking about, what about all the women in homelessness, you know? What about them? They have blood between their legs. No, no, that's a brand. No Pat's brand wanted to do anything about it.
Really?
Yeah. Which is also, again, contradictions, you know?
Yeah.
Like, let's do like a social thing and give away things for the homeless women. And
Right. Like, you can only do that tema in a certain way.
Exactly. And they hired a male reggaetonero for their campaign.
With clothes or without clothes?
With clothes, thankfully. But you know, that's the contradictions that I deal with, you know, as a musician. But I don't know why I talk about feminism, because it's my life.
But then when you play those songs for women in this city, I mean, do you feel energetically that exchange? Like,
so much.
Because they're like, oh my God, she's on stage and she's talking about, I thought about that on the metro too.
Yes, and it's not like, it's like this song, it's become like a punk pogo, for real. As I was playing it last week, it was like, wow, this can like be out of control. And it's not only women, it's minorities, or anyone with experiences that are not acknowledged that have embraced this song. So I'm really proud of that.
That's incredible. Yeah. I think I have 49 seconds on the clock,
okay,
so I'm going to ask you one more question. How do you hope your music continues to represent all of the places you've been in the rest of the world? I mean, do you think about that? Do you think about the fact that now you are kind of a capsule for every single place that you've lived?
I just wish that my music gives words to people, you know, because I really write from what I know, and what I know is my experiences, and I've lived all over, so I know, you know, when I was in San Francisco, I used to feel very lonely, so I wrote about being lonely, and in Mexico, I just get new, like, struggles and things that I go through, and I'm sure everybody goes through them, so I just hope, and that's my fight, and that's my ambition, you know, to carve a space in the music industry for, I don't know, emotional technology or whatever that is, you know, like, yeah, for experiences in music. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Levántate precio, no, dice que en el camino voy bien parando.
Hello, welcome. Thank you all for joining us today. One of the things I love about this conference and my job is I get to talk to people who are building the literal future of our cities. Tatiana Bilbao is an incredible Mexico City architect, and I want to jump right into a project. And that's the Sea of Cortez Research Center. This is an aquarium, and when you think about an aquarium, if you're like me, you imagine kind of curving glass walls and undulating lines and maybe some kind of biophilia, but Tatiana's design is almost like a brutalist relic, like a ruin. Tell me about that design.
It's not almost a ruin, a brutalist ruin. It is a brutalist ruin.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we needed to understand how to create a space that would become kind of the identitarian building for the people of Mazatlan, that links the the social environment with the living environment with the ecosystem in this city. As you might know or not, maybe, Mazatlan is a coast city on the state of Sinaloa, which is kind of the door to the Sea of Cortez. And the Sea of Cortez is one of the most biodiverse, important areas of the world. It's really a very interesting spot. Its diversity has attracted a lot of attention, but it's kind of not integrated in the life and social life of Mazatlan. So the task was to do kind of an institution that would become that. And then our question was, okay, so what is a building that allows this kind of ecosystem to thrive, that it's really connecting everybody on it? First of all, we thought that it needed to be a building that was inhabited by this life. So we imagine a story of in 2289 about us founding this ruin that was taken by every living organism in the area, because the sea rose in 2100, then the sea receded, and then life took over. Wow. And we were just kind of agents of opening paths for that to be discovered. I mean, the building was built in 2023. Let's wait what happens in 2289. I'll be there. I hope you too.
Yeah, maybe we can meet there for the next conference.
Exactly. That would be fantastic.
I wanted to talk about the context of your work, your life in your work. Your family came to Mexico City from Spain, refugees from the Spanish Civil War. Your grandfather, Thomas Bilbao, was an architect himself and a Basque political leader. How has that immigrant story framed your work as a designer in Mexico City?
It has completely framed my life, so therefore the work I do, because that's how you do it. And I think that I grew up with, obviously, his political ideas. That's the reason why I was born, because they came to Mexico, then my father made my mom, and that's why I exist. So it's a very important foundational part of my history. But not only that, I mean, he really fought for, he was an architect, but then became a vice mayor of the city, and then became a minister of the government, a minister without license of the government of La República. And he really was kind of always trying to extend his ideas of the social good towards kind of his constituents, his city, and therefore it was very hard for him to live that back and arrive here. I grew up learning from his experience on how to understand the necessity, the intrinsic necessity that we humans have of being connected to the other. No? We need the other to exist. We are interconnected species, and therefore the social connectivity is one of our basic needs in life. No? So he kind of really surrendered his work on working for that. Within the private and public space, he worked in social housing. He worked as the architect of the city in very big plans for the city, and that's definitely the inheritance and the legacy which I was born with.
It's a truly direct legacy in your work, as you also design social housing today, and viewers have seen some of those projects kind of circulating. I want to ask you about your interactions with actual residents and how that's informed your design process. What have Mexico City residents or other residents of social housing told you, what they liked, what they disliked, that has affected your design?
I mean, I came out of school really understanding that architecture provides a primary form of care for the body. For me, architecture means that. It really relies on the understanding that this is a basic necessity, but it's not only to be shelter. It's also, I mean, we have demonstrated that caves were not enough, that we need places that inspire our lives. And I use inspiration as a much broader word, not just like, oh, I'm inspired, no? It's more how the body can be nurtured to grow and to thrive within these structures, no? So for me, that's where architecture is. So I have really dedicated my life to understand what are the basic spaces where we where we stand and are to do that. And in the beginning of my career, I dedicated many hours to think on specifically of the house. And much further afterwards, I understood that we live 24 hours, 365 days a week. So we live. Domestic space is our space. No? So this classification of the division of housing and work, for me, has become a little bit difficult to understand. House is the far most important place of work because reproductive labor, which is a job, happens there. And so, on the other hand, I understood very early that how you design the bed, you are impacting the city. If we think that cities are built 70% on those spaces that we call houses today, then of course every decision on those walls are shaping the city that we live in. So for me, really, kind of the understanding goes from to design how to accommodate or hold that body on that bed for sleeping, or even kind of understanding what is the city to design that bed.
You're now designing housing projects in Los Angeles, in Boyle Heights, an area that has sensitive views and concerns about gentrification. So how do you, as a Mexico City architect, work within that context in East LA?
Yeah, and you asked the question about people before. I mean, we don't design spaces regarding to functions or geometries or materials. Those are tools. We design spaces for bodies, for people, for histories, for stories that would happen there, for histories that have shaped them, and for stories that will continue to emerge. So we do a lot of understanding on conversations that could promote these possibilities of people designing their own spaces. But it's not always possible. In Boyle Heights, we have a communication channel, but not always. Not always the architect is able to really speak with the users or the final users. And also on top of that, I mean, the final users might be the first users, but that's not meaning that they will be the only users.
Right.
So we have been really trying to design architecture that becomes a platform for anybody to design their own form of living. That's the question we ask in every project. We don't have answers. Every project tries to answer that question. And in Boyle Heights, we're really kind of being very sensitive to each of the inhabitants. I mean, this is a very unique, niched project, but that really kind of is telling us a lot of cues on how we could densify, intensify, and hold the populations that exist in current neighborhoods.
One thing in our conversations, whenever I've mentioned or asked you about a housing prototype, you've said that instead you think of it as a housing strategy. Can you talk briefly about that difference?
Absolutely. I mean, there's really an urgency of eliminating prototypes. Nobody of us, we are 8 billion people in this planet, one of us is alike to us. So we are all completely different. We all have different needs. We do all have to sleep. We do all have to eat. We do all have to bathe, but we don't do it at any point in the same way at all. We don't need the same appliances to do those things. We don't need the same spaces because those depend on our intrinsic nature, physically, but also culturally, politically, historically, economically, and many, many other things. So for me to reach affordability, we must understand that we are all different.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Próxima estación, Zócalo.
Welcome.
Great intro.
Very much looking forward to this conversation about city networks, their role in addressing pressing challenges in cities, how they have evolved and developed over time as an increasingly critical entity, especially during times of gridlock and dysfunction at the national and state level, how they may exercise even more influence on the international stage. Alliances, interconnectedness, and mayoral leadership have been a bit of a theme today. So we'll start with the mayors. To bring this to life, mayors, can you share an example of a specific problem or challenge in your city that being part of a city network is helping you address? And if I may start with Mayor Namayanja.
Thank you very much. I have a saying, an old adage, that no man is an island. This applies to cities as well. The formation of national associations, regional coalitions, and at the global level has brought us together. And through these networks, we have been able, for instance, my city, we have an association of African mayors, Amali, and it is through this association that we have been introduced to Bloomberg Climate funding for
the Youth Action Climate Fund, yeah.
And the youth are now implementing projects related to climate change to push back the effects of climate change. It is through Amali that my legacy goal of having a clean, green, livable city. Remember, my city is a new city. It was established in 2020, elevated from a municipality. It was so challenging for me to address issues to have my dream realized. But the mayoral initiative has introduced me to have my legacy goal achieved because we are collecting data from that support. And we are also able now to track the number of trees we are planting. With the youth, we have created a coalition with the youth.
Yeah.
I'm giving examples because I want to be associated to what I do. I live in a community. I'm a direct elected mayor who comes from the community. And most of the population are young. It was very difficult for a mayor to associate with the youth. We have created a youth desk. They now come freely and interact with me. They implement programs. We are also members of the Strong Cities Network, which is addressing issues of hate, extremism, and polarization. You know, the youth are very vulnerable to being used, but when they come closer to leaders, it becomes easy. So networking is so important. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for James Anderson, if I may single out, Jerry Bruno, and Tiffany, because this is the link and the power of networking.
Yeah.
I feel so excited that I can speak at such a gathering of mayors, far from Africa, from Uganda, a least known city. Now my city is at the international scene. I'm so grateful.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So it's kind of like a several different networks coming together in this beautiful way that you described. Mayor Holt?
You asked about, what are some of our favorite examples of those networks assisting our work in our communities. So in the United States, we have 2 city networks that are membership organizations, Conference of Mayors and National League of Cities, and then we have organizations like Bloomberg and others that are maybe not membership, but also bring together mayors. They all kind of overlap. They all kind of work together. I think they often, for a mayor, serve at least 3 purposes. One is obviously the exchange of best practices. 2, maybe my favorite thing, has always been the collegiality and sort of the emotional support of it. And the third thing is speaking with one voice to, in the case I'm describing, our national government. And so I have no better example of that than the bipartisan infrastructure law. The Conference of Mayors, where I'll be president next year, National League of Cities, where I've served on the board of directors, Bloomberg, everybody was pulling on the same rope, and mayors made so much of an impact in the advocacy around that in 2021. I mean, so much so that, I was like name-checked by U.S. senators in their floor debate, because they were showing how bipartisan the support for this initiative was across the country. Even if it wasn't always bipartisan in Congress, it truly was around the nation, but only by standing together as mayors were we able to demonstrate that. And we were on the front row on the South Lawn when that bill was signed. So I think that these networks serve a lot of different purposes, but obviously we hope and expect to benefit from the bipartisan infrastructure law in the years to come in Oklahoma City, as do many other American cities, and it just wouldn't have happened without city networks, at least in the United States.
Yeah, no, totally. And cities.
Yeah, sure.
City networks sort of elevating shared challenges. If I may turn to you, Carol, you lead a major city network, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which represents over 2,000 Canadian cities of all sizes. How are you ensuring that innovative solutions developed by one city can be replicated and adapted to the unique sort of local context by others?
Yeah, thanks, Pablo, and thanks to the mayors. It's great to be here with all of you today. And I'm going to answer your question by focusing on really the ability of city networks to do that really uniquely. And I'll use us as an example. So you've stated it well, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We have over 2,100 members from coast to coast to coast across the country, all the way from our biggest city of Toronto to our smaller towns, northern, rural, and remote regions as well. And that gives us, a real superpower, I would say, an ability, one, to influence the national discourse in an unparalleled way because of the collective influence of our membership. It gives us a really deep understanding of the very diverse needs, priorities, capacity levels of local governments across the country. And what I would say sets our network apart is that we also are delivering major transformative programs, including capacity building work. And so I'll give you an example of one of the ways we do it, and one of the ways we are most proud of how we do it, which is our Green Municipal Fund. And so this is a federal endowment to our organization focused on sustainability, on driving to net zero, on climate initiatives. We've been able to grow it recently to about $2.4 billion. When we use that to marry 2 things, we deliver funding and financing to local governments across the country to do front-edge sustainability work, climate work, resilience work, and we marry that with capacity building work. And so we bring technical expertise, and we really leave sort of a legacy impact in that city and scale that across the country. And so through that kind of a mechanism, by way of example, in our time with the Green Municipal Fund, we've been able to deliver over 2,300 sustainability projects across the country, over 1,500 aligned initiatives, and we're coming up to close to 200 capital projects across the country. And so a very significant impact. And I think what enables us to do that as effectively as we can is that we're a network with a deep engagement and understanding of the diverse needs of our membership.
Thank you, that's amazing. Sort of on this theme of the diverse needs of your membership and Mayor Namayanja's point about the value of city networks for cities small and new, I'd love to know, how are you ensuring that all cities, regardless of size or resources, can benefit from your network?
Yeah, thanks. Well, that's a great question, and I think this is one of the highest value propositions of a city network, and I think it applies both to the big cities and to the small town examples as well. And so I'll give you, again, using our organization as example. The big cities benefit because we bring capacity to scale. We help them connect with one another and steal each other's best ideas. We bring them together. They're the tip of our spear for our advocacy work, and so their influence is collectively higher as we go forward. with the smaller towns, we really enable them to punch well above their weight, and we do that across the spectrum from advocacy to programming. And so from a programs perspective, we bring the technical expertise and the kind of capacity that with limited administration sizes across the country, they would not otherwise have. Yeah. And then they're connected in, as the mayor has said, to a network of peers, which helps in all kinds of ways, but also brings a collective strength on the advocacy agenda. You know, I was talking to recently the mayor of Cornwall. Her name is Bernadette Clement. She's become a senator since her time as mayor, and she was saying to me that in the course of the pandemic, that she, you know, felt alone and was wondering, oh my gosh, like how on earth am I going to deal with this challenge? This is Cornwall. For those of you who don't know, Cornwall, Ontario, small, mid-sized town. And she said it felt like reaching out to your network was having this like incredible network of smart friends that I could tap and who'd help me figure this out as we went forward. And I just think that's one of the best definitions of city networks that I've heard.
Yeah, no, that's great. It goes to the earlier point, your earlier point of just the fellowship. Quickly, and just would love any recent trends or developments that you're seeing from where you sit as a leader of a city network.
Yeah, well, I'd say one trend, if I'm being optimistic, and that I see and that I'm certainly advocating for, is for city networks to be really laser focused on delivering outcomes. You know, I think the best way to make the case for why cities need to be empowered is to help them deliver transformative outcomes that improve the quality of life for their citizens across the country. And so it's why I'm a big fan of the work that Bloomberg Philanthropies and Bloomberg Cities does to directly tool cities across the world. It's why we take the approach we do to do the kind of capacity building work that we do. Because like everything, I think the best way to make your case is to deliver well, and then it speaks for itself. And so I hope that that's a trend in the city network space that continues, that we focus in on how to do that capacity building work and leverage the scaling of ideas across borders.
Yeah, and be really able to share kind of the impact.
Yeah.
Finally, Mez, I would love for you to reflect on strategies that city networks of the future might deploy to be more effective and have more influence. And Mayor Namayanja, I would love to start with you. What role do you think external partnerships with organizations like NGOs or the private sector or the international bodies can play in enhancing the effectiveness and influence of city networks?
Yeah, of course, scaling up what is done by cities and fed it into the global agenda is so important, because what we do at our level is not known by anybody. But when you have a network, you can coordinate and relate what you do. And of course, highlighting local initiatives, because cities understand their priorities. So what you bring out as your local initiatives can be replicated by other cities. We are here to learn. Yesterday we went to Utopia. I have a lesson and I have something to tell when I go back home. Amali facilitated African mayors to go and benchmark on a peer-to-peer learning in Addis Ababa. We saw how digitalization of departments is benefiting and bringing efficiency to the whole city. So I think networking cannot be avoided, especially in this era of globalization. We need a lot of support, aware that we are not at the same level, not the same capacity. We need to be guided. Before, I'll give an example of myself. When I had that dream, I didn't think it was so important to have data. But a question was asked in one of the meetings: how many existing trees do you have? And I didn't have an answer. Today, come and ask me, I'll give you an answer. Because I've been supported to know the importance of having data, and this is what we are doing. And I thank my team of consultants who are assisting my team back home to come up with all these initiatives. They've given us and developed our skills and capacity.
Yeah, so that's great. So really kind of getting that support for capacity building. Mayor Holt, you're going to be the next president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. How might city networks of the future amplify collective city voice on the global stage?
Well, I think the great unrealized potential has been for an international voice. And I'm not pandering when I say this. I mean, I think what we're a part of today and what the Bloomberg organization and CityLab has created is building something that has the promise of really meeting that potential of bringing mayors from around the world together to have fellowship, to share best practices, and ultimately see just how far we can test our own unified voice. It made an impact in the United States. Can it make an impact on global issues? Mm-hmm. And without the resources that this organization puts together, it's hard to bring all these people together. I would have a hard time back home, and I'm sure I speak for many mayors in the room, justifying a taxpayer-funded trip to a meeting in Paris or Mexico City. But the fact that the Bloomberg organization is willing to help with those resources and bring us together, there's a lot of kind of niche organizations, and there's a lot of organizations that struggle because they don't have the ability to actually cover those costs. But this organization, I think, is not niche. It's covering a broad spectrum of issues. It's bringing mayors and city leaders together from around the world, and it's now doing it consistently, which I think is what you just have not seen. So I'm very interested and excited about what's happening here. I think that it's not my role to tell the Bloomberg organization and Bloomberg Philanthropies what to do, but I think that they can, continuing to invest in this idea, something really special has been built here, and it can give an opportunity in the years ahead for mayors around the world to speak with one voice on important issues.
Fabulous. I think that's as good a place to stop as any. Thank you so much for your insights and for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go? Okay. Hello, hello. Move them over. Hello.
Homicides are down about 37% in Philadelphia this year. So as city leaders globally tackle how to ensure their cities are safe for residents, we turn to Mayor Parker to hear about Philadelphia's approach to public safety. Now, you grew up in Philadelphia.
I did.
How has the perception of the city's safety and the reality evolved over the past decades?
Clearly, it's had a significant impact. I am a high school English teacher who happens to be the mayor. Maya Angelou says that in life, people will forget what you said and did, but they will never, ever forget how you made them feel. No matter what quantifiable statistics affirm, yes, 41% reduction in homicides, 38% reduction in shootings. Do people feel safe? And the issue is absolutely not. Record numbers, 562 homicides 2021, 512 2022, not acceptable. And we needed to, one, have the courage to talk about the challenges up front and be transparent about the challenges, but the prescriptions that we were willing to offer, we had to be willing to stand firm and make some tough decisions.
Mayors are charged with public safety, yes, but also public trust. Yes. And your ability to do your work relies on that public trust. So how did you get buy-in from the community?
Well, one, I told them I would not be afraid to sort of end the sense of lawlessness and bring order back to our city. And we would do it by making public health and safety our #1 priority. Jen, I did not change my message based on the demographic of the audience I was speaking with. If I went to a predominantly white community or a black community, a Latino community, immigrant community, the message was the same. And what we told them is, We will support the men and women who put their lives on the line to protect and serve us, but at the same time, we would have zero tolerance for any misuse or abuse of authority. And I refuse to allow anyone to put me in a box. You'll remember we went through civil unrest, defund the police movement. It had gained a lot of steam, but it was antithetical to everything that I was hearing in my neighborhood. They wanted proactive community policing. I know I'm telling my age now, Jen. I'm talking about when officers walked the beat and rode bikes and went into businesses and signed the log to just say we're here. Not because there was a crisis or anyone called 911. If the only time I see you is if you're coming into my community as a warrior. No, we want them there as guardians and not warriors. And you build that strength and you build that relationship and trust by me seeing you not only when you're in crisis mode. And so we talked about that. We advocated for that. And I have to bring my props here so that you can see. I'm hoping everybody will go on phila.gov and take a look at the QR code. Jen, this was the Neighborhood Safety and Community Policing Plan that I introduced before I became mayor. Took me a year to put it together, ground up, listening to what people said. And so the work that we proffered on the campaign trail and thus when we got elected, it came from the ground up, and I'm proud of it.
Well, I want to talk about your administration's prevention, intervention, and enforcement approach, or PI. And this is the approach you're taking to reducing violence in Philadelphia. What are the key components of this program?
So thank you for that. The PI, think about the PI, the prevention, intervention, and enforcement. First, the prevention. Go upstream, figure out, meet me where I am. What do I do to give you access to economic opportunity? What can I do to put you on a path to self-sufficiency? What do I do? Think about this whole concept of gangs. When people join a gang or any kind of organization, they are doing it because they want to be connected to something. They want to feel a sense of belonging, be a part of a village. Well, it's up to us to make sure that we are connecting you to that. So one, we've made a record $30 million investment in community-based grassroots organizations that are on the ground in neighborhoods doing the work. They are our trusted messengers. So that's them. I'm a product of the Little League. People don't think of Little Leagues. I was a cheerleader and I ran track. That's violence prevention for us. And then for me, proactive, extended day and extended year funding programs in our schools. CCME, Jen, City College for Municipal Employment. I'm not sure about other mayors, but we had a problem or have a problem that John Lewis would call good trouble. It's a good problem. People haven't been as interested in becoming municipal workers like they were in the past. In my mind, how do you make that attractive? Connect people to the opportunity, school district, community college of Philadelphia. So giving people access to those tools. Intervention, hey, we can tell if you're on the track to getting into some kind of activity that we don't want you in. Now we have to make sure we connect you directly to a counselor. We're communicating with your family. We're bringing resources to you, and we are being very intentional about that. And the last part is enforcement, and we get that, allowing law enforcement to do their jobs, but we won't police our way alone. I've got the best police commissioner in the nation, Kevin Bethel, public safety director, Adam Gear. All of them will tell you, or both of them, that policing alone is not the answer. Comprehensive approach, and there's no one single silver bullet sort of solution to it. If someone tells you, if you just do this one thing, it'll all go away, they don't know how complex and layered this issue of violence and safety is.
What I'm hearing is this, you drawing from your experience as a Philadelphian,
yes.
As a teacher, yes. As someone who worked with city council,
yes.
And now as the city's first female mayor. That you've pulled from those experiences in creating this approach. You're seeing some short-term effectiveness from PI. Yes. But any program like this, it's about the long term, right? Yes. So what specific metrics are you using to measure the effectiveness of this program?
So obviously it's like the quantitative that we discussed, right? The raw data, you know, homicides, 41% reduction, shootings, 38%. But we cannot forget about that qualitative analysis for me. So yes, very defined metrics, key performance indicators, and we will make sure that that's available to the public. But we cannot forget about people in the city of Philadelphia feeling safe. How will you measure that? How many people are assessing our public amenities, parks, rec centers, libraries? How many of them have enrolled in CCME and are trying to train to become a City of Philadelphia employee? Children enrolled in before and after care programs. All of that will tell us whether or not the proactive approach, how many of those grassroots community-based organizations actually are growing in the ranks because more families want to get engaged, and are we going directly to the people? So we will measure that by the work and by whether or not we see more people walking on the streets. That's important. That is a deterrent. You know, the lighting, the street lighting that we have, we're using technology with cameras. We're also using drones, and it's collaborative, legislative branch, executive branch, but all working together to do it.
I want to tap into your experience as a teacher for a moment.
Yes.
Because as a mayor,
yes,
it's not just about Philadelphia right now. It's about making the city a place where young people want to build lives, where they want to stay, where they see a future for themselves. How much of this project is focused specifically on the young people who are susceptible to getting involved, as you said, in gangs or violence, but also in keeping them connected to the city in a way that makes them want to stay?
That's it. I love it. Thank you for that question. Prevention, intervention, and enforcement, but the overall vision that I communicated to the city is that if they gave me a chance to lead, I would work to make our city safer, cleaner, and greener with access to economic opportunity for all. 5 pillars that we would use, obviously public safety, but then clean and green. We had to change a culture in the city of Philadelphia. How do we do that? Economic opportunity for all. You want to see violence reduced in your city? Put people on a path to self-sufficiency so that they can earn a living wage, get access to health care and retirement security. Now you've given me a reason to want to go to bed every night and wake up in the morning and do a thing, because I can have a home, take care of my family, and then there's public education. And for me, I'm a teacher. I'm a product of humble beginnings, raised by my grandparents. Mother was a single teenage mother. I'm a first-generation college graduate, first-generation Ivy League graduate, first-generation Bloomberg, Harvard, new mayor's cohort. Right? BHA, wherever you are, we love you. So for me, it's hope. It's pride, it's dignity, and allowing them to see no magic wands. We want to give you access to the opportunity to earn. That's what people want, and we should do everything in our power to get that done. I have 4 years. Now, politically, to my mayors, I do want to say this. People talk to me quite often about some of the decisions that I make, and Jen, aren't you thinking about the next
re-election?
Re-election. Aren't you thinking about the next 4 years? I said, the people gave me 1 4-year term. I have to do what my grandmother did. I have to do the best I can with what I have. And if I'm thinking about re-election and afraid to make the tough decisions that I promised, that vision, safer, cleaner, greener, economic opportunity for all, everything that I do has to be related to how I'm doing that in real time. And if I'm afraid because I'm thinking about being elected, I shouldn't be re-elected.
Considering the fact that you have dedicated pretty much your entire professional life to the city of Philadelphia, what is it about this city?
You're just trying to make me tear up. Dynamic city, 6th largest city in the nation, birthplace of democracy, hub for intellectualism and innovation, but there's a certain amount of grittiness, the heart, the resilience that comes from the people of the city of Philadelphia. It's like this can-do spirit, the stick-to-itiveness. We will overcome, no matter how, challenging the issues are before us. So, and because my city has given so much to me, and, the people who have deposited into my life, they look like the United Nations. So Philadelphia, for me, I think about we will not allow race, class, socioeconomic status, zip code, sexual orientation or identity or religion, all of those tools that people use, those defining factors to divide us, that's our strength. And so every time, if you ever see me in a picture of mayors and you see me and everybody has this one finger up, it is not a nefarious gang sign or anything like that. This is my symbol for one Philly, a united city. And that's what I'm attempting to do, to unify our city and our people, because together we're greater. But you have to work hard to do it. And I have to give you this. This is my new mayor's cohort. This is the 100-day action plan. They inspired me to get this done. And this is the public safety plan that came from my police commissioner, Kevin Bethel. Be our authentic selves. Jen, don't be afraid to tell the truth. Even when the stats aren't good, even if you know there's some people who are not going to like your decision making, stand up and be your authentic self, and you will be surprised how many people will say, oh, what a breath of fresh air. This is not somebody putting on an act or a face or a mask. They want to know that you're committed, and they want to see it in your work. Everything that they can see, touch, and feel, not a speech. Put their tax dollars at work in their neighborhoods in a tangible way, and you will see people motivated, inspired, and engaged like you've never seen them before.
Mayor Sherelle Parker.
Jen, thank you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for being here, and thank you, you three, for being here as well. You all live in and lead cities that have found innovative ways to use city-owned land and city-led development to make housing more affordable for residents. I know that's something a lot of people in this room care a lot about, are curious about. So when you think about your city's housing strategy overall, I'm hoping to learn what role public housing plays and how significant it really is. So let's start with you, Michael. Today, more than 80% of Singapore's residents live in publicly owned housing. That's a pretty staggering statistic, but it didn't happen overnight. Many of these apartments were constructed in the 1960s through the mid-1980s. What was the political climate that led Singapore to build all this public housing? And from a resident's perspective, how did it transform the skyline and the experience of living in Singapore?
Thanks, Sarah. I'm going to give you a quick snapshot of Singapore history. Post-independence in 1965, we had the immediate need to house a big squatter or informal settlement population. And with that in mind, we compensated the squatters for their personal assets, and they were able to use the employment fund to actually purchase units. Employment fund being a fund whereby the employee and the employer contributes towards. The government recycled land for new towns, for example, converting cemetery land, which is land extensive to Columbarians, freeing it up. But the key to this is the long-term vision of home ownership. We want every Singaporean to have a stake in Singapore, and this is why we place a high emphasis on home ownership for a public housing model. Added to this, we also have a kind of a gentle nudge or encouragement for families. So you will only get your key to the new apartment when you get married. So this is another national policy. Financing of it, mostly from the government, but recently the Housing Authority has also issued government bonds to raise capital. I'd like to underscore the emphasis of government will, competent agencies to implement, and strategic planning process to ensure there's enough land for public housing. You can see from the pictures there how we started, early pictures of public housing on the left, and then it goes through to 2000s. And the 2000 model is an interesting one because we were pushing the agenda. We are gradually moving people up from 4 to 10 to 20 to 25 stories. And in the third slide on the right, we see that we're pushing the agenda to a 50-story public housing block, together with skyrise greenery and skyways in between. And this really showed that we were able to provide quality housing in a high-density environment, which is very crucial to us, because we have to recognize that density is paramount. We are an island city-state. Our population is around 6 million. We are only about 730 square kilometers. So we live with density. The issue is, how do we make density livable and sustainable? And of course, cater to wellness and the health of our population.
And you've really been able to push that density through this government-led building. Mayor Vartiainen, Helsinki owns 70% of the city's land. Most of the public housing Helsinki creates every year is built on that city-owned land. Where I'm from in the US, the idea of a local government being in this position is sort of inconceivable. Can you just explain why Helsinki owns so much of the local land and how the city's level of control over the development process really allows the city to prioritize affordability in these building plans?
Well, it's a long historical story, but still, you might reflect that urbanization is fairly new in Finland, and Finland has been very egalitarian. So this thing of growing cities becoming very valuable, it's a sort of newish. And when the cities started growing in the 19th century, 20th century, then land around them was not very valuable. It was easy for cities to acquire it. It was an agrarian country. These were not the best pasture so to say. So as recently as about 120 years ago, a big island that's now a core residential area, that was sold by a private person at a quite moderate price to the Helsinki city. And that is not quite what you have seen in Manhattan, so to say. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, can you tell us about this one development in Viikinmäki? It was developed by the city's own development company. What does this say about that strategy that you're using?
Well, this is there are many instruments in our toolbox, but we own we have a city-owned company that develops and then rents out with some means testing. And this is just a beautiful late example of what we have done. We try to promote the highest architectural standards with publicly subsidized housing as well as completely commercial housing, so that they do not look that different. And there is a slight subsidy. It's not a huge subsidy. There's a subsidy in the form of the state sponsoring the initial loans, and then there is a small subsidy in our rent for the land area. But these are temporary, 10 or 20 years. And this company, our Heka company, it should be non-profit, but it should not generate a deficit either. So they should more or less cover the costs.
So the renters cover the costs?
Yes. But there are these subsidies that I mentioned.
Right.
But the idea is that we don't want to have a permanent deficit for the company either. But it's not, we should not idealize. Our company was sort of caught with this, the higher inflation and higher interest rates. When there was a long period of zero interest rates, it's very difficult for a publicly owned company to raise rents. And then now, in the new economic environment, there was a huge political controversy. We had to put more capital in the company. So it's not always optimal. It might be second best. But still, these people in the Heka rental dwellings, they have a lower rent than the purely commercial one. And that's what we want.
Absolutely. Well, Mayor Acosta, Soacha's investment in public housing has been a bit of a more recent phenomenon. 15 years ago, the city started developing a residential area called Ciudad Verde, which was built to include around 50,000 subsidized homes. Tell me about that city within your city. How did the project get off the ground and get funded? And how did government-owned affordable housing come to be such an important part of the plan?
Sara, gracias a ti y por supuesto a los compañeros de panel, no sin antes saludar a todos quienes estamos aquí, por supuesto a Bloomberg por esta excelente oportunidad. Soacha es la sexta ciudad en materia poblacional en Colombia, muy junta, muy pegada a Bogotá, al distrito capital, lo que hace que nuestra ciudad sea una ciudad dormitorio, en donde nuestra gente duerme en Soacha y va a estudiar, a trabajar y a los servicios médicos a Bogotá. Bogotá ya tiene unos niveles de déficit de vivienda muy altos, lo que hizo que la regulación nacional en el año 2009 tuviera que pensar en la construcción del programa de vivienda más ambicioso para todo Colombia y muy seguramente para Latinoamérica. Allí, con una regulación de macroproyectos, con una apuesta del gobierno de la ciudad de Soacha, construimos 52.300 viviendas en lo que se configura como ciudad verde y que naturalmente ha generado en el espacio y en el territorio una oportunidad de vivir a bajo costo en unas viviendas asequibles con un equipamiento urbano en la construcción de la ciudad dentro de la ciudad, y ello ha permitido que, por supuesto, la gente tenga una diversificación de su trabajo, de su empleo, de su estudio en el distrito capital. ¿Qué hizo el gobierno nacional? Reguló a través de una ley nacional, a través de una resolución del Ministerio de Vivienda. ¿Qué hizo el gobierno local, el de la ciudad? Por supuesto, habilitar todos unos espacios que permitieran tener mayor facilidad en licenciamientos, en vías públicas, en espacios recreodeportivos y en equipamiento social. Con ello, hoy Soacha configura, insisto, una de las ciudades con mayor población, pero también una con mayor organización en el marco de construcción de vivienda para el uso habitacional.
Wonderful. Well, now we have a bit more of a sense of the development strategy, the kind of funding structures that are necessary to really bring this subsidized housing off the ground. I'm really interested in some of the unique policy levers that you have to keep that housing affordable and keep it sustainable for residents and make it somewhere residents really want to live. Michael, one of the things that really sets Singapore's public housing apart is that residents own the title to their housing unit, while the government owns the land itself. Can you just explain how that ownership structure works and why it's so important?
Right, thank you. Public housing in Singapore caters to both low-income to middle-income housing families. As Sarah's mentioned, 82% of our population is housed in public housing estates. Now, 90% of them own their units. So each of us gets the strata title to our unit for the lease period of 99 years. The state still continues to own the land titles. And this is where it does provide us with planning flexibility for future generations. And you can see from the slide, this is the planning system in Singapore, how we plan strategically to ensure there's enough land available for housing, commercial use, industrial use, but also to ensure that there is a method to look for rejuvenation of towns and also to prepare for the future. Now, the ownership of the land title within the state means that the onus of maintaining the state land actually falls on professional town councils to maintain the grounds of the township, upkeep the blocks, and of course shared amenities. This ensured that the estate remains well kept, well regarded as a good township. Now here's the icing. The key to this is that the advisors or the local members of parliament are chairs of the town councils. Hence, they are also directly responsible for the upkeep and, of course, well-being of their constituents in the township.
Well, it's interesting to think about the long-term sustainability of these 99-year leases. I know that I want to ask about some of the challenges of that model as well, because some of these subsidized units are getting more expensive on the resale market. The New York Times reported this year that several sold for more than $1 million Singapore dollars. What measures is Singapore using to keep these units affordable over the generations?
Well, fortunately, the numbers cited are not that large. It is only 2 to 3% actually of the total resale units. And this could be attributed probably to the shortfall of supply during the COVID period, as well as other factors like really prime location. The Housing Authority has expedited construction post-COVID. Happy to report they've caught up and are back on track, and unit supply is now back on track. Now, this emphasizes the point and importance of providing a steady supply of units to cater for demand and to keep them affordable. I would say
New supply is really necessary. It's not
Absolutely.
just keeping existing units
And
affordable.
making it
it's making
consistent
sure it's
as well.
incoming. Absolutely. Well, Mayor Vartiainen, Helsinki is also using housing policy to really control what neighborhoods look like and who lives there. How are you using public housing policies to prevent social segregation in the city? And why do you think maintaining a housing mix is so important?
Well, we think that that is the most important. Now, we first started talking about subsidies, but the thing we really emphasize, and with unanimity, although there are many political parties involved here, is that we want to create mixed neighborhoods. And this does not necessarily cost very much for the municipal economy. In our planning, in our zoning and planning, we absolutely want to ensure that all kinds of housing ownership, commercial ownership, state subsidized, some other scheme, they are mixed next to each other so that they are not concentrated in different parts of the city. And this is crucial because this is a way of also mixing poor and richer people in the same neighborhoods. We want to see to it that all kinds of people, they go to the same malls, for example, and so that by using such means, which do not necessarily cost very much to the city taxpayer, we try to ensure that we have mixed neighborhoods and thereby avoid segregation. We have been moderately successful in this so far.
And Mayor Acosta, Ciudad Verde is also designed not only to provide affordable housing, long-term options for people, but to focus on fostering community between residents, which is not always something that public housing developments have gotten right. What kinds of design and policy choices have helped Ciudad Verde foster a sense of community?
Sara, Ciudad Verde, que se desarrolló de forma privada, regulada por el Estado, regulada por el gobierno, permitió que los privados también construyeran alrededor un equipamiento social en salud, en educación, no solo de básica y media, sino también en educación universitaria, en espacios recreo deportivos, lo cual es ir más allá de la infraestructura de vivienda, no solo en la casa, sino la calidad de vida dentro de la casa. Y acompañó con la construcción de un programa que también ha sido innovador, y es el formar para vivir en conjunto, el formar para vivir en propiedad horizontal, el formar para vivir en donde el vecino también importa. Y entonces, en estos 147 conjuntos, el privado ha venido desarrollando todo un acompañamiento social, de formación en convivencia, de formación en tolerancia, en saber vivir junto al otro.
Absolutely. Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think you all have really centered housing access and affordability in your city plans. I'm wondering how that affects residents and how you kind of change the way people think about public housing. How can other cities, even those that have less developed public housing development strategies, foster that sense that public housing is something that the government can provide and that people will want to live in? Michael, how about you tell us about that?
Right. Well, key is having that consistent supply of units to match demand, keeping prices always affordable, and ensuring price stability. Another aspect, long-term planning, so that we know the capacity and we know what the demand and we can project what the demand and supply is. Having mixed-use townships, as Mayor Helsinki has said, integrated with public transit. Now, this is very important, the integration with public transit. Having a mix in these townships between public housing and private housing as well, critical, and a different groupings of unit types to ensure a broad demographic. Rejuvenation of older neighborhoods and older districts, really important. Don't leave them behind. Leave no one behind. Green sustainable features, district cooling, sustainable energy, and most importantly, needing to work with community.
Absolutely. And Mayor Vartiainen, what would you say to cities that don't own 70% of their land? How can they apply any of your public housing strategies at home?
Well, if you don't have a Terminator robot to program to become a mayor 200 years ago and start purchasing land, then the more realistic approach would be to rely on, as we do as well, on zoning laws. We have a zoning and planning monopoly after all. So we talk to private landowners and tell them, well, we could develop your area. There's a win-win situation. We buy it at a reasonable price. we get some of the surplus, you get some of the surplus, since the city council is the one which ultimately decides what can happen on that land, and that's the zoning and planning monopoly, which is prevalent in the Nordic countries. I don't know whether that's the case in North America, for example.
I don't think it is. And Mayor Acosta, I know that you are starting phase 2 of Ciudad Verde. How are you taking the lessons you've learned from that development and applying them to the rest of the city and fostering affordability in the Bogotá area?
Sara, nos queda corto tiempo, pero la principal lección es que el equipamiento social debe llegar primero que las viviendas. De alguna manera, en este Ciudad Verde 1, en donde llegaron primero las viviendas y a medida del tiempo llegó el equipamiento social, quienes llegaban a habitar allí sufrían mucho al no tener la oferta social alrededor. Los siguientes proyectos de vivienda públicos como estos deben construir primero el equipamiento social, deben dar la oferta institucional y con ello claramente permitirle a quien llega allí ya tener todo una oferta pública que sirva para garantizar su calidad de vida.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, everyone, and you, Greg.
Thank you, sir.
Próxima estación, Zócalo.
Well, thank you all for being here. I'm excited for this conversation with Governor Johnson, who leads the city of Nairobi. So let's dive right in. So in Nairobi, nearly a third of the population is between the ages of 18 and 35. The median age is 19. Yes. Just 9% of the population is over 50. No matter how you cut it, Nairobi is a young city. We're used to hearing about aging populations, Governor. So talk to us about the other side of things. What are some of the challenges and some of the opportunities in running such a young city?
Thank you. Allow me to draw first quick context about Nairobi, where Nairobi is. Nairobi is in Kenya. For all of you who are human beings, you come from Kenya. The earliest fossils of humankind, Turkana boy, was actually found in Kenya, 1.3 million old fossil. And so from that great country, we win. And for those who went to the Olympics this last year, next Olympics, they're changing the name from marathon to chase the Kenyans, because that's what everybody gets to do. So the capital city of Kenya, a city that I lead, is Nairobi. Nairobi has a population of 5 million people and a median age of 19. So it's a very young population, and it comes with its challenges, but it gives it its vibe. So it's a bold city. It's a brave city, defiant. And so you have the challenges of the economics of making sure that we deal with unemployment. We must give these young people opportunities. And we must really be creative in how we engage with them. You can't deal with it like most other countries where the pyramid is inverted and population is more of the older people. So that's what Nairobi looks like. Also, it's the only capital in the world where you can look at animals in their natural, unspoiled habitat and have the skyline of the city at the background. So make sure you visit.
And this summer we saw nationwide protests that gripped the country, right? And they're over a proposed tax increase. And these youth-led protests led the national government to scrap that plan, at least for now.
Yeah.
So the population is young. It's also energized. They have thoughts. They have feelings. They have they want to have a say in how and what their future looks like. And so, what are you hearing from your population, and how are you talking back to them?
A few months ago, as you've said correctly, we had what we call the Gen Z protests that were happening every week, and that grew up. It built up into a huge crescendo, and the president had to actually do away with his cabinet. And many leaders were afraid of this movement. I was pretty much impressed, because for the first time, we're seeing young people who have decided to stop, just sitting back and watching their life pass them. They have woken up from the slumbers of apathy, in terms of voting, in terms of having a voice. And what they're saying is that, look, they want to be part of the solution. You will not just provide, curated ideas and just hand it to them. They want to create with you. They want radical transparency, and I really like it, because then the future of Africa and the future of the world then is secure. Because by 2050, 1 out of 4 people are going to be in Africa, and they're going to be young. And so I really encourage them, and it changed how I deal with them. So I find myself in an interesting place. I'm the governor of the capital city. I'm not yet 40. And I've been a parliamentarian, I've been a member of parliament, I've been senator. And so you have all these expectations from the young generation who want things done instantly, but also you're the guarantor to the older generation as a bridge of those who want stability. And so that creates a dynamic that you have to keep getting trust and keep, putting an investment in getting trust with these young people. And so that has led us to redefine our programs in terms of how we work with these young people, how we engage with them, the spaces that we create for them, to be part of it. They've said if they're not on the negotiating table, they're on the menu, and they don't want to be on the menu. So if they're not on the negotiating table, there'll be no table. And I think that's very bold for the continent of Africa.
And do you feel like that's reflected in your administration, in your ministries? Could you talk a bit about the makeup of your...
It is. So I made a deliberate decision when I got elected to have a mix of the generations. I have one of my ministers first started working in Nairobi County government, then it was the city council, the day before I was born, So I was born on Feb 2nd, he started working on Feb 1st in Nairobi. And then I also have the youngest minister who became minister at the age of 29. And they're all sitting together trying to create solutions for the people of Nairobi. And so that balance is something we must do consistently and constantly.
Now, I want to come to one of your signature programs. You're also trying to build a bridge to the generation below the one we've been discussing, right? So could you talk a bit about your food plan and how that is sort of involving an even younger generation in government, or making them think about government?
Yes, this is one of the most exciting things that I've been able to do, most fulfilling. So when I was senator during COVID, schools were closed for a long time. And there was a lot of, frustration, despondency. And so many schools had their furniture vandalized. And so a group of friends came together and said, look, Sakaja, why don't you take some donations to the schools? And when I went there, when the schools had opened and given them desks, and you'd ask the children, what would you like me to do for you? Normally they'd say, give us a football, give us sweets. But they kept saying they want food. They were hungry. Now I realized 1 out of 4 children were missing out of school in Nairobi because of hunger. And urban poverty bites harder many times than rural poverty. And so I said and I promised that when I'm governor, I'll make sure that no child misses out of school because of hunger. And I'm grateful. 2 years down the line, I've been able to build 17 central kitchens that have created 2,000 jobs. 300,000 children now are having a meal every day at 4 cents, just 4 cents. The enrollment has gone up by 34% in our schools, just by providing those meals. And for many of them, it's the only meal they get. We had 210,000 children in our schools, and now there are 316,000. Attendance is 100%. They look happier, but more importantly, they feel loved. And they feel that there's a government that actually can care. So sometimes when I'm having a hard day, a city like that, something breaks every day. At lunchtime, I go to any of the schools, and the children almost tackle me because they're happy, they're smiles. That keeps me going. And now I want to extend that program to more of the informal schools, to those who are in the informal settlements, so that we can secure the future of Nairobi. So as I deal with the current youthful population, we're also thinking about the generation that's coming, because there's nothing more important than education for them. And these children, many of them don't finish their food. They pack it up and take it back home to their siblings and sometimes to their parents. So I'm grateful for partnerships, but that is one of the programs that even when those frustrations during those protests, it kept people going. They knew, look, at least there's some love that we're getting from our structures of governance.
And could you talk a bit about how the government is paying for this program now, and how you're looking at the future of this program as well?
Yeah, so currently I'm paying for it. We're paying for it, the people of Nairobi, through our taxes. Mm-hmm. And so our council, our assembly appropriates some money for it. We also have gotten a partner in a Child Investment Foundation Fund that is supporting food for education. And so they match us dollar to a dollar. and then the parent pays just a token amount so that they can have ownership of that project. Now, what we've done, which is part of the innovation, Nairobi is the Silicon Savannah of Africa. It is where money sharing came from, M-Pesa. So our young people developed this tap-to-it NFC device, which every child in Nairobi wears every day. And through this device, you can load money for a child. You can adopt a child and feed them for a week or for a month. And the children wear it with so much pride because we must dignify feeding these children. You don't want children in a school lunch line, and because the token has no money, they're being told to step aside. No child is let or told to step away from the line because they don't have money. And this is an innovation that came from our young people in Nairobi. And so that's the co-creation that we're trying to create with them. But look, guys, come. We have challenges with water. Yesterday, my engineer was talking about it. We have challenges in transit or in other areas, but let's create together. And I think that's the future of government. And that's the unique place mayors and governors have, because we're direct one-on-one with the people, and we can take the ideas very quickly. We're nimbler than national governments. We can make mistakes. The world won't crash when we do, but we can then keep creating solutions that even national governments are now taking up. Our national government now is picking up this program and they want to roll it out across the country of Kenya. And the World Food Program actually asked me if they can use this model across Africa, and I hope that would be a possibility. I can see some of my colleagues from the continent here.
And then we just talked about a big picture and big policy, right?
Yeah.
I was hoping briefly we could talk a bit about maybe a smaller tweak that you said you made early on in your tenure that made a big difference for some of the young people in the city.
So sometimes I think mayors and local government leaders, governors like myself, we underestimate the change, simple decisions, the impact that they have. And so there used to be an old colonial rule in Nairobi that you can't take photos in the city center of either City Hall, my office, or some of the historic buildings. And one of the first decisions I made as an executive order was to repeal that. And I said, look, guys, if you want to take photos, come take photos. Now, if you come to Nairobi on a weekend, the streets, it looks like an outdoor studio. There are young people with their umbrellas and with their lights, and they're on Instagram, they're on TikTok, they're creating content and earning a living just because of that decision. So that makes me really happy. And it encourages me that, look, you can make impact just by listening to the people and not being rigid. And that's why I say, look, as we move along and as our populations get younger, we must question the structures of democracy. Remember, we have institutions of governance that were developed in the 19th century. The judiciary, legislature, and executive, designed the Roman Empire, and we all adapted those with a few tweaks. They were designed to run on the information technology of the 15th century, which is the printing press, to deal with a very restless population of the 21st century and AI and social media and misinformation. And so unless we reimagine governance and we reimagine leadership, then we'll get all lost. And so that is why I love what we had, the innovation lab, this CityLab, the innovation studio, that makes us always question, does something have to be done the same old way? Should I look at Nairobi in terms of how it has always been and just be part of the continuity, or should I challenge myself and look at Nairobi in terms of what it must be? For me, that is always my clarion call. And so there could be discouragement. Sometimes we falter, sometimes it doesn't work, but every day just get up there, wake up. Mayors are gladiators, You must have the heart, you must have the mind of a CEO, the heart of a social worker, the shrewdness of a snake, the innocence of a dove, and the grit of a politician to run a city. And that's what we have.
Well, thank you so much, Governor. That's all the time we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Piece of cake. Piece of cake, piece of cake.
Well, I am so excited for this session. I write about climate and have seen firsthand the role that youth are playing, driving action on climate change, not just as a talking point, but really doing it in communities. And we have 3 really exceptional young people who are doing that. They are all recipients of the Bloomberg Youth Climate Action Fund grants, and they humbly, in the green room, asked me to say that they are just 3 of many more. There are 100 cities with youth who have received these grants, and so they're just a representative of that group. Just to set the stage, I want to ask each of you to just tell us a little bit about the project that you're doing as part of this program, and then we'll dig into some deeper questions. We can just go across the line.
Yes, thank you, Justin. I want to start to saying that the youth are taking the stage today. So
Yeah, we are.
We are so
Yeah,
grateful
we
for
are.
that. And I just want to say to all the majors and leaderships that are here that catch our energy today. I want to talk about my project a little bit. So, in more context, in Guatemala, 56% of the waste is organic, and then the 14% is sanitary waste, and the 13% is plastic. So most of the waste is organic, so we can make more things with that waste, like compost. And on the other hand, we have a governmental agreement that is 164/2021 that is going to enforce in February of 2025, like in 4 months. So the problem is that most of the people in the city in Guatemala didn't know how to sort their waste because we don't have the rule or the obligation to do it. So my challenge here is to explain all the families and educate the children and the parents how to sort the waste. So this is my project. My project is called Vecino Calidad 164-2021. And we're going to put like in pedazos y pedales that are closed streets where people can play and make different activities, and we put there my project, and then we're going to educate the families and bring a kit that you're going to have like 2 trash cans and bags. So we're going to follow up all the families.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Just before I start, I wanted to shout out the city of Kitchener, my family back home in Uganda, and to my incredible team in both countries that are helping us, and to thank Bloomberg for giving us this opportunity to speak about our work, our projects, but also to the different mayors that have imparted their wisdom and knowledge onto us. It's been great. I sit here as the founder of the Young Guy Initiative, which is a social enterprise I started that represents the needs, interests, and aspirations of young people. How do we do that? In 3 different ways. We started a nonprofit called the Young Guy Foundation in Uganda, helping kids stay in school by dedicating to the improved livelihood of children. But because it's a nonprofit, what I realized that in order to create revenue to sustain a nonprofit, we needed to start 2 other organizations that won the Youth Climate Action Fund, one of which was a podcast. So I started a podcast last year. We are entering our 3rd season. Essentially, the podcast is meant to have conversations by creating a socially connected world with different people that shape the world. And we've had a couple of conversations from people from across the world, and it's been great. That's one of the initiatives that has got funding, and what we're going to be doing is engaging in discussions and conversations with climate leaders at both the young level, but also those experienced experts in different fields and tapping into their knowledge and how it can advise us. The other one, which is a very fun organization, is called Young and Restless. Why it's called Young and Restless is because it's meant to represent the ambition that young people have and the passion that they have for different projects. So we will be running these 2 in Canada. We have a hackathon that will be running in November, basically on the 3 key Kitchener issues, which is adaptation, mitigation, and education, and really bringing together young people to come and hack on case studies that we are preparing to potentially get funding to grow their own initiatives, their own ideas. So us as young people empowering our fellow peers to grow and really grow the work that they're involved in. Thank you.
Excellent. Maddie.
Hi, this is so cool, first of all. And I have a mic and everything, and it's so exciting. Okay, so I go to Muhlenberg College. I'm a senior there. Moving to Boston post-grad, so if anyone's doing anything amazing there, let me know, and wants like an excited spirit. So I am spearheading a tree science and stewardship curriculum along with some amazing student leaders and staff and faculty at Muhlenberg College. We're bringing this curriculum to the 5th grade at a local elementary school. So we're focusing specifically on like tree anatomy, physiology, but also like how do trees impact our mind, our body, and our climate. We're using like the big words like climate change, greenhouse effect, global warming. We're actually like empowering these young kids and entrusting them with these big words and concepts to let them know, yeah, we're all a part of this solution. And in doing so, we're actually going to finish the project, or this iteration of it, with a tree planting project. So the kids actually get to like get on their hands and knees, dig in the dirt, and like feel what it means to be a steward. So I'm super, super, super excited to be bringing that project to life alongside some amazing peers, like both on the stage and around the world, hundreds, thousands of people engaged and excited and restless.
That's great. 3 very distinct, interesting projects engaging with youth and the broader community. I want to ask, I mean, here we're at CityLab. I think there's a sense that a lot of young people are disenchanted with elected officials, and with good reasons. Polling shows that that's the case. But of course, in all of your cases, you're working with the local government. You are collaborating. You're finding ways to partner. And so I guess I would just ask, how did you do that? How do you break through that generational divide and create that collaboration?
This is a great question, Justin. Is how we collaborate with our majors and with the personnel that works in the municipality. In my opinion, I think that the truth of how we are achieving to co-create together is if the majors and or the public official and the citizens can work together. So we trust in the majors, we trust with the person that are our representative and how they can help us and how can we, like a youth, can help our neighborhoods and our community. So I think that it has to be a collaborative work, because if we don't collaborate like citizens and leaders, we cannot have the city that we want.
Yeah. I think that's, just to add on to that, I think what I'll do is I'll paint a picture. So essentially, what I think is that I've learned from this experience is that there are 3 levels to it. One, as young people, we need to be intentional about the work that we're trying to do, and intentional about building these long-lasting relationships, because at the end of the day, it is a collaboration that we are trying to build with the mayors, with these policymakers. And then to the next level, appreciating the fact that there are certain processes that need to happen in order for certain things to go through. And respecting that, I think, is important, and understanding that is important. And I think from the process, I've been talking to many mayors, and I've been asking them, what's one piece of advice you would give me? And many of them have said that, be bold. Go out there and try your best to connect with these different mayors, different policymakers. Don't be afraid to express your opinions and your ideas simply because you think, I'm young, I can't, they won't listen to me. I've been grateful to have a mayor at the city of Kitchener who's been able to listen to many of my ideas, listen to many of my thoughts, and supported us. And so it's great to have support from our mayors, and I know all across the world, many different young people are being supported by their mayors, and it's great to be in this position representing that cohort, and we just want to thank our mayors for allowing us to share our passion for this work and for giving us the opportunity to sit with you, speak with you, and create long-lasting impact.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to follow up on one point there, and then we'll come to you, Maddie. But just, you talked a bit about young people learning the processes, how things work, and then so they can tap into that. How do you impart that lesson, maybe not so much to the people in the room, but to young people to say, this is how you get involved, this is how you tap into the process?
I think as young people, I understand, we're restless. We want things done in the moment, we want things done now. But I think we need to be patient, and we need to understand. There's a lot of research that goes into some of these things that are implemented. And so I would say that we need to be patient, we need to do our research, and we need to have dialogue that's constructive and not dialogue that is simply, you need to hear what I have to say simply because I'm young and I'm doing ABCD. So that's how I would advise my fellow peers to go about it.
Right. Maddie?
Yeah, absolutely. Constructive dialogue, I think, is so important in this work, not just between peer-to-peer, but between everyone at the table. That's something that I think is being really uplifted in education right now. Social emotional learning is a really important part of our curriculums. So what can city leaders and innovators and visionaries learn from what our kids are learning? something I've learned in the process of working with my mayor is, like, he's a human. He's a human who has the same needs and wants and aspirations that I do. We all want clean air and a roof over our head and water to drink and a community to thrive in. And I think it's easy to think about city officials and bureaucrats as something other than. That's not the case. So I think when we recognize our joint humanity and when we engage in these constructive dialogue sessions, like, we can have more impactful partnerships. And that's what we're seeing. I want to see, like, I'm stepping into this exciting role. I'm in on the Environmental Advisory Council for my city of Allentown. And it's really exciting and cool that we have, like, a young person, a Muhlenberg representative that's, like, talking to these, like, city leaders. And I'm interested and excited and curious in how we can take that a step farther and maybe design mentorship programs. How can we design leadership teams and like, how can we, like, invest more intentionally in our young people that are asking these questions and doing this work? Think about that.
I think it's such a great important point, investing in young people and then seeing what that return will be that, which we're starting to see from all of your work. I guess I want to ask you a little bit about the way in which the youth work that you do has a ripple effect. And so I think a lot of times we hear about youth in the context of activists who you sort of want to mollify, from a sort of public official standpoint. Or maybe you want to get the youth vote, so to speak, but actually the work that you do has large ripples beyond just youth. And so I wondered if you might reflect on that. How do you see your work rippling? Any of you. I mean, but we can start with you, Darren.
No problem. How do I see? I think if I'm to look at the podcast and if I'm to look at Young and Restless and the hackathon that we're doing, I'm trying my best to be as intentional as I can to have that sustainability of the idea. I don't want this to simply start and stop simply because we've got funding, but I want us to be able to create an opportunity and to create a system that works for that continuity of what we're doing. So when I look at the podcast in particular, these conversations that we're having, how can we translate these conversations into tangible things that people can then go on to do? These people, how can they maybe have talks, have sessions where they interact with the young people that are passionate about this work? And then when I move that to Young and Restless, the hackathon that we are running, we're intentional about linking it to next year in March, Sustainable Development Goals Week, because we want that link between climate action and sustainability to have that correlation. So we are very intentional about making sure that the people that are involved in our programs appreciate the work that they're doing and know that we are here for them in as much as they are coming to us to sort of seek that support and seek that help. So, yes.
And go ahead.
Yeah. I always say to my friends and more teenagers than me that the age is just a number. Like, we don't have limitation here. And I will say that, Jessica, I want to do a parade about environmental things and other civic participation, and I would say, just do it. Just do it. We are the new generation that we are here. Or, hey, Jessica, I just want to talk to my major, but I don't know how to do it. So just send a Gmail, text on Instagram, I don't know. say something, just take the action. And I think that the new generation is more like take actions and be, if I see or saw the problem in my neighborhood, just do it. Just do it. We have the opportunity to have the Climate Action Fund and make reality our solutions. And right now, I need like more Guatemalans, teenagers in Guatemala need this fund too. So I think that be youth is an opportunity, not a limitation too.
So we just, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Woohoo!
We have just a couple minutes left, and I want to give you all the opportunity to answer one of two questions. One is, we're not young forever. How do you create continuity with the programs that you're starting? So that's one option, and the other is, what's your ask to the folks in the room? So, and if you can be really quick, you can do both. So.
Okay. Oh my gosh. well, first of all, thank you for listening. And I think listening is my ask. Like, how can we engage in this active, intentional dialogue and listen to each other? Recognize that young people, when we think about diversity, we often think like race and class and gender. Age is a really important part of diversity. How can we have diverse conversations? Imagine what that table looks like. We've been talking about that a lot. Like, how do we invite people to the table? So I just ask that you think about that. You have been thinking about it. If you're here, then of course you're thinking about it. So I'm just excited to like invite this, like to go further. How can we creatively invite people to the table? Like I don't know. What do I know? I know a lot more than I think I do is what I know. And that's something that we have to like impart on our young people. Hell yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
I think for me, the one ask that I would have is for mentorship. Just Maddie said that we're still young. There's still a lot that we have to learn. There's still a lot that we still want to do. But that mentorship will really help us, guide us into what is right and what would be great to implement depending on the different circumstances that we're in. And that mentorship also translates to coaching, because those are two different things. How do you mentor, but then go beyond that and then coach us to help us go to the next level? Because we do have big dreams, we are very ambitious, and we want to see things go forward. And then to quickly answer the second question about how do we continue this, I think it's all in the essence of creating more leaders. We need to empower more young people to feel like they're leaders, not only within their communities, but the work that they do. I think that's important to do.
Great.
Yes, and I will say all the majors that are here, all the environmental leaderships that are here, please give you opportunities in your countries for more young people and be our allies, not just our representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, thank you again to this excellent panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I am thrilled to be here today with the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, for a conversation. Istanbul is a city that captivates the imagination. Rich in history, it's where the East meets the West. It's home to 16 million people, making it the 15th largest city in the world. Nobel Prize laureate Orhan Pamuk said beautifully, Istanbul is a city that is full of stories, full of life, constantly changing. It captures the imagination like no other city. It's a city of dreams, but like all cities, it faces great challenges. There's poverty, high costs of living, 2.5 million migrants, and of course, significant political complexity, where the mayor is an opposition mayor, working in a different party than his national government. I went to Istanbul a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, to check up on the mayor's work around Pay It Forward. This was a Global Mayor's Challenge winner after COVID. And I went there and I looked at the project, but what I came to see in my time in Istanbul was that something very special was happening with this mayor and the way he was leading the city. He was innovating governance, and I had a little chance to see it. So it's been my goal to get him to CityLab ever since. I'm thrilled to have you here, Mayor.
Thank you.
So let's start by talking about that Mayor's Challenge winning initiative, Pay It Forward. What is Pay It Forward, and what did it aim to achieve?
Thank you, Jim. First of all, let me say that it was very inspiring for me to join this year's CityLab. Actually, my team and I had the opportunity to benefit from many of the great ideas and experiences shared in the last 2 days. So thank you very much, all your team. And back to your question, our Pay It Forward platform embodies the essence of our solidarity municipalism, which is about citizens helping citizens helping citizens, launched during the first year of the pandemic. The platform began when 25% of Istanbul households applied for social aid because they could no longer pay their utility bills. The city tripled its social assistance budget, but still was not able to meet the demand. So we turned to an ancient custom and helped people to help each other. The municipality used the resources to identify those in need, verifying families with less than $100 income. They uploaded their utility bills on the platform, and donors covered those bills. But donors and the recipients remained anonymous. Donations went straight to the recipient's bills, ensuring 100% transparency. This peer-to-peer act of solidarity is simple and impactful. It mirrors an old Anatolian tradition, which is called bread on the hook, where people paid for an extra loaf for the next person in need. This system, so the platform's flexibility has exceeded our expectations. It has evolved to include cash support vulnerable groups such as mothers, students, and victims of the, unfortunately, earthquakes. As of today, over 440,000 bills have been paid. 440,000 bills. And over 250,000 beneficiaries have received support packages. And almost $15 million have flowed through this system. And both donations and pending requests are visible online for full transparency. What's more, 35 cities, for example, in Turkey, have adopted this model. And we are proud that Pay It Forward was selected as one of the winners of the Global Mayor's Challenge. Thank you, Bloomberg. And we are now reaching out to cities around the world to see how others can implement Pay It Forward under the Bloomberg's Idea Exchange program. To come to the second part of your question, what does it achieve? I believe this project is critical for two reasons. First, it addresses rising urban poverty with a flexible model that adapts to evolving needs. And second, it rebuilds the social bonds that authoritarian populism seeks to weaken. We started in times of crisis, but what emerged is a powerful community spirit that defies divisions of ideology, religion, or gender. In Istanbul, we have proven that a city administration can build an empathy bridge when it's needed most. This is our project.
The building of that empathic bridge is absolutely the reason that it was selected to be a part of the Bloomberg Cities Idea Exchange. This is an idea that has currency and interest in cities all over the place. We're thrilled to continue to promote it. So you've mentioned solidarity governance, and that's a part of the Istanbul model.
Yes.
What is solidarity governance? What is the Istanbul model, and how does that model guide your actions and your priorities as mayor?
The Istanbul model is driven by three core pillars. Solidarity, as I mentioned, development and welfare. These principles guide every policy we implement. The first pillar is solidarity. Through Istanbul model, the city administration and its 32 municipal subsidiaries prioritize residents' needs. This is our first principle. This approach builds a creative, just, and green city. While tackling complex challenges like migration, for example, and poverty and inequality, solidarity principle also means facilitation of citizen platforms, such as Pay It Forward, which I already explained. The second pillar of model is development. Our focus is inequitable and smart urbanization, and we have made significant investment in extending metro lines and improving bus and sea routes, bringing mobility to underserved areas. So we are also expanding green spaces, ensuring that everyone has access to nature. We have already opened 13 million square meters of green space, including 6 city forests. We have created 22 new public squares, which are symbols of freedom of expression and association for cities. The third pillar of Istanbul is welfare, very important, and our policies ensure that all residents benefit from urban life, whether through enhanced public transport, access to cultural facilities, or opportunities for women and youth. Mothers, for example, this is a very special project for us. Mothers with children younger than 4 can use public transport free of charge. Free of charge. And nearly 700,000 mothers have made 160 million trips to take their children to school. Wow. Or to one of the 104 nurseries opened since we took office in 2019. We have another one, we have provided scholarship for university students to nearly 300,000 students in the last 4 years. And we will provide this year new scholarships to 100,000 more students for this period. Through these policies and practices, our priority is to address extreme poverty during the times of economic hardships. At the same time, for the future, we also have additional programs to support young entrepreneurs. And one final cross-cutting aspect of our approach is citizen participation in decision-making is another very important politics for us. This is best shown by our Budget is Yours initiative, where we prepare a part of Istanbul's budgets together with its citizens to increase citizens' participation in e-government and decision-making. We also created a super app which we call Istanbul is Yours. This is a new app, so with one username and password, users can have access to over 90 apps inside it. And so far, 5.2 million in 2 years, 5.2 million users downloaded this app, and where they can also share their opinions on decisions affecting their lives. These wide consultations enable to us to feel the pulse of society, understand their expectations, and respond to them. In summary, Istanbul model guides us in building an inclusive, people-centered city where no one is left behind.
It's an amazing vision. And the citizen participation point is one that really caught my attention when I was in Istanbul. I think we have a few photographs to show. There's a great story. Before this mayor took office, the mayoral residence was a walled-off place, a large set of gardens, a large set of buildings, private swimming pool, only available to the mayor. This mayor tore down those walls, opened the place up, turned it into the city planning department, and what I love the most is he drained the swimming pool. And he drained the swimming pool and called it the pool of ideas. And the pool of ideas is a place that the city planning department brings in residents for brainstorming sessions and policy-making sessions, all going back to this idea that the mayor just spoke about around solidarity and participation. It was so inspiring. So, Mayor, in a world where democracy and world peace are threatened, how do you see the role of city leadership? What is the role of city leaders at this time? There's the pool.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Yeah, that is the pool. Yes. Change is very good.
Yes.
Authoritarian politicians today follow a well-known playbook. They exploit social divisions, undermine democratic institutions, and silence dissent. This doesn't just happen within national borders. They create, and at the same time, external enemies and fuel conflict abroad to solidify their control on power. The challenges Istanbul faces today are not simply due to the growing authoritarianism at home, but unfortunately in the whole neighborhood. The Syrian civil war has displaced 12 million people, and many of them have sought refuge in Turkey. Wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East are contributing to more humanitarian crisis, with millions displaced in the region. And now 2.5 million refugees only in Istanbul. Istanbul is once more at the front line as Syrians, Ukrainians, and others look for refuge. This challenge is too great for Istanbul and Turkey to face alone. The cities are affected directly by the migration and refugee crisis. However, their role in shaping global policies is very limited. So the mayors should collaborate more to impact decision-making process. If we believe human rights and justice, we must react to humanitarian tragedies with the same degree of determination, regardless of where they emerge. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. And that is why liberal democracy is losing ground, and why so many people feel that the global system is failing them. The founder of my political party and the founder of Turkish Republic, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, warned the national leaders that unless a nation's life faces peril, war is a murder. Unless a nation faces peril, war is a murder. It's very important. In a world where we have to understand that his famous dictum, peace at home, peace in the world, is still a guiding principle for me. In a world where democracy and global peace are threatened, the city leaders must raise their voice and take initiatives for peace and cooperation. And this is exactly what we are doing in Istanbul and beyond. We have started a regional city network in the Balkans with 23 cities in 2021. B40, the name is B40, as we call it, is now a platform for collaboration among 65 cities of all Balkans. Some of them are represented now here in this room. This December, for example, not only for Balkans, this December we will convene in Istanbul the mayors of the major cities of the Middle East and North Africa, and to discuss how we can address the sources to conflict and build a better future for all based on peace and cooperation. We also plan to take an initiative among the cities of Black Sea coast also. So we know that Istanbul is very important in our region. So in all these initiatives, we share our experience on how we deal with authoritarian populism at home through the Istanbul model, which I already described. This is how I believe city leaders can make critical difference to defend peace and democracy, because without peace, mayors, there is no democracy.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Our last question, and then we will wrap up. You just won a resounding election, re-election. Congratulations on that. We're sitting in a room filled with mayors and city innovators. What is your advice for those in the room, many of whom are also concerned and focused on democracy and strengthening participation?
And to address the global crisis of democracy, we must go beyond the traditional approaches of liberal and social democracies. We need a new vision, Jim. We need a new vision and fresh language and innovative leadership that truly places people at the center of politics. I call this approach democratic peopleism. Democratic peopleism. A redefinition of populism which has earned a bad reputation but can be turned on its head. Instead of division and inequality, this form of leadership emphasizes inclusion, fairness, and respect for all groups. Authoritarian populists grow by exploiting social divisions and inequality. Our response must be built systems that promote justice, systems where vulnerable groups are respected and recognized, and resources and opportunities and redistributed fairly. That's why I embrace the motto of the 3 R's: respect, recognize, and redistribute. By focusing on solidarity, development, and welfare, we can create cities and eventually societies where democracy not only survives but thrives. I believe that this century will be the century of cities. That means the century of mayors. Cities are the best places where we will find solutions to the most urgent global problems. Cities are the best places where we will defend and reinforce democracy. And we, the mayors, have to take this responsibility and be the drivers of change. Change is very good for a better tomorrow at home and abroad. This is exactly why I came to join you here today. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What an excellent note to end on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, everyone, that brings us to the end of our program. The mayor from Istanbul, I think, illustrated the heart of why we host CityLab every year. We think about it this way at Bloomberg: if you want to support a nation, equip a mayor. We believe at Bloomberg Philanthropies that the strength of any nation is fostered in its cities, and the mayors who lead them are on the front lines of every single issue we face today, whether it's economic inequality, migration, war. Equipping mayors is not just cities' work, it's nation building. We are at a point in time where change is the new norm in City Hall. We heard that all over the last few days. Mayors wake up with one new crisis every other minute. And with elections happening over the globe in the next 2 weeks, more change is only coming. Our team at Bloomberg Philanthropies is so glad to have all of you in this community. We believe that we are stronger when we work together and when we share solutions that are working in one place to another. And so I thank you for being here with us this year. This is a wrap. On behalf of Mike Bloomberg and Patty Harris, our CEO, we want to really thank the City of Mexico for its amazing partnership. We want to thank the Aspen Institute, our extraordinary partners. And if I might just ask the entire Bloomberg Philanthropies team to just stand up and take a round of applause for all the hard work everybody put in to making this conference work. Thank you all so much. Please get home safely, and please look forward to your save to the date for next year's CityLab. We'll be back in touch soon. Thank you.